start by Charles Nyawade. Charles Nyawade is the managing director of Macro Enterprises Support Program Trust, and he's from Kenya. Clap for him, please. Second, we have Miss Berna Lu. She is AIN board member and finance expert. She's there. You can clap for her. A big round of applause for her. Third, we have Madam Jennifer Nkurunziza, an executive corporate affairs director and transformation lead at Heineken Group, Burundi. You know Burundi, everybody here loves Burundi, I know. Fourth, we have Haile Abebe from African Union Commission, and he's here to tell us more about many strategies we can use to make jobs available in Africa. Clap for him, please. Well, did you see them? When I say your name, you should raise your hand for them to recognize who am I talking about. Thank you. And fifth, we have Dr. Bernard Freebert Agbo, policy advisor in GIZ, Ghana, an international NGO, as you know it, even in Burundi used to be here. And lastly, not the least, Dr. Calist Tindimugaya. He is a commissioner in the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda. Thank you for joining us. And please, they are very big experts here. We require your attention. So let's go directly to the panel. Unfortunately, I will not be seated as there's no chair. I will stay here, no problem. Yeah, let's begin with Dr. Charles Nyawade. Dr. Nyawade, Charles Nyawade, you surely know more about capital and investment as an issue in Africa. My question is, access to finance remains a barrier for growing agribusiness. So how can entrepreneurs make their ventures truly investment ready? Before you answer to the question, as you see, we are catalyzing financing and investment, but we had presentations before that were talking about advancing incubation and acceleration. Before we go to this question, will you please make any comment about what other presenters have said about the last topics? And that question is for everybody here, and I will be back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, MC. So first is to appreciate all of us who are here and also to thank the last presenter, Dr. Chidi, for that good presentation. So what I can add on the presentation made by Dr. Chidi, which has captured me, is about the impact of AI. Introducing AI and the additional jobs is going to create and additional income is going to create. For example, is mentioned about 230 million as additional income which can be generated from AI. So I think that's an area which, if we youth and women embrace, it can be able to enhance their opportunities. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. So anybody from the panel that has any comment about the previous presentations? Anyone?
No. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The different presentations have set up well the challenge, the issue. It's clear the bigger problem is not that the lack of finance. It's clear for all the speakers. And the problem is the lack of investable enterprises or businesses in agriculture. This is the challenge. And like you just said, we need to make or support those agribusiness to be ready for investment. It's a long way, but some model of financing will support this. And it's what I would like also to share here. Since 3 years, we are experiencing a model with the support of the German Federal Ministry of the Economic Cooperation Development, co-financed by EU, the so-called matching grant fund. I will come later on it. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Jennifer has something to say about that.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Dr. Chidi for the presentation, but I have a different view on the introduction of AI. I know it has great things, great results as we have seen, but I just want to talk about the relevancy of AI within the context of Africa. Many of the businesses, agribusiness, let's say for Burundi, where they are remote, they don't even have access to internet. Is it wise even to introduce them already to AI? So for me, it's to really look into what is already working and why not emphasize on what was already working? Internet is still a problem. We don't have even access to phones sometimes, but also how can we also help those people? Because 85 of them, I know pretty much that we are not advancing in terms of accessing the phones or AI or all those trainings. So for me, it is to come up with a strategy that really works with the context within a country, because what works maybe in Nigeria might not work in Burundi.
acid or basic, so that you know which fertilizers to put in. Thank you so much. So a big round of applause to Madam Bernalo. A big round of applause to her. Now we go to Brado. Don't get thirsty right now. Even though it's Brado, we're gonna be giving nothing today as alcohol. Madam Jennifer Nkurunziza, you are an executive, and Brado is known to be the best industry and the big one in Burundi in the food processing and the transformation. So my question is, you know that food processors are central to the circular economy. What's the best way to attract the right capital at the right stage here in Burundi and in Africa in general?
Thank you so much. So don't get thirsty. It's not time yet to drink, but at 5 we can meet. Yes, I do believe that food processing occupy a strategic position when it comes to circular economy, because if you look well into the value chain, we see it at the intersection. We connect with farmers, manufacturers, but also consumers. So, for example, at Barudi, what we do, we decided, for example, to create value into local sourcing. For example, we wanted to substitute our imported material with raw material with local raw materials. That's why we invested a lot in local sourcing. That means agriculture. So we started with maize and we scaled to add into our recipes. So I just want to come back to the fact that today we are more profitable because we are locally sourcing. But beyond that, we are creating value for the hundreds of thousands of farmers that today have reliable market access. Not only that, they are earning more income, and thus they are also encouraged to improve their productivity. And that's what circular economy means. It's an economy that benefits everyone. Now, onto your question on how to attract the investors. Today, investors are not really looking into performance, financial performance. Sustainability is key, is what today investors are looking for. Yes, it's good to be profitable, but investors also looking, is my business creating value in the local economy? Are we protecting the environment? Do my business have a stronger growth strategy? Do they have stronger governance? Do they make measurable impact beyond my financials? How many jobs are we creating? What is our added value into the economic and social economy? So that's everything that they're looking at. It's good to make financial performance, but also sustainability is more and more coming into the place, since also climate is also becoming very key. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. And for circular economy, we know we still have issue with the financing as we were introducing that. And if we come to bundle the portfolios and blended financing, what do you think those two things are working here or in Africa? What do we need to do with this issue of financing using the two kinds of financing?
I really think blended finance is an opportunity that we have in Africa, especially for SMEs, but it's still a pinpoint to the whole of Africa, because many businesses that you have seen even outside, they have great ideas. And I'm so happy that Dr. Chidi mentioned it. Great ideas. The market is there. The business is bankable. But the problem is when you go to a commercial bank, they say you are too risky, or they ask you for collaterals that you cannot afford at an early stage. Or when you go to a development partner, they will ask you for community impact, which you cannot, or track records, and you cannot give that at an early stage. That's where blended finance comes in, where development partners, bank institution, they come together to actually share the risk or actually de-risk the business. And now the business can that way access to that finance. Number two, on the bundled portfolios, I really think it works the same way. Instead of an investor investing in just one business, they can actually invest in a group of businesses that work in the same value chain, and that business have more impact. It is scaled, but also the risk, if you see at the whole value chain, is actually shared across everyone. So that is why it is very important. That's why if we are very serious about this, the SMEs are really the backbone of everything we can do in this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Jennifer. A big round of applause to her. We're going to the headquarters of African Union. Now we are in Ethiopia with Haile Abebe. Haile Abebe is the program officer, and he's focusing on youth in agri-food system. Dear Haile, I said I was to say Haile Selassie, but it's Abebe. The African Commission, through the Department of Agribusiness, facilitates the implementation of agriculture-related initiatives in Africa. So what are the concrete measures you are putting in place to support member states on how to create sustainable jobs in Africa?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would take that name also. Okay, so we had two presentations today, one from World Bank and one from UNIDO. Both had statistics of 12 million young people joining the labor market every year. If we do a simple mathematics, that means every month we have to create 1 million jobs. In the month of August, where this conference is taking place, we have to create as a continent 1 million jobs. And we have seen that the jobs, this is a statistics that we also have at the Commission. The jobs that we are creating are 3 million jobs. We are leaving the vast majority of young people unemployed. It is having a serious implication on the peace and security of the continent. It's having a serious implication on the well-being of the young people themselves who are trying to cross the Mediterranean every year. And that's at the Commission, one of the sectors that we have identified is the agri-food systems of the agribusiness sector, which believe have enormous potential to create those jobs. And because we have to feed 1.6 billion people, between now and 2035, we have to increase our agri-food systems output by 45%. And today, currently, we are importing 100 billion USD food item import from the other continents. Import, we are exporting our jobs. That cannot be sustainable. The continent has everything to produce our food here. We have the use, we have the resources, we have to produce it here and create those jobs. And that's why we have the CADAP Kampala Declaration, which commits to create at least 30% of those opportunities for young people in the agri-food systems space. And we have a leadership now this morning, the priority focus during the speech of His Excellency. We have 3 priority focus at the Commission: food security, job creation, and building climate resilience. And some of the key measures as we have asked that we are taking as at the Commission, we have been supporting member states through development of policies and strategies that create enabling environment. But lately, that's not enough. We can develop policies, strategies, but unless it's implemented properly at the member states level, we are not going to create those jobs. We'll continue supporting member states in terms of policy development, but at the same time, program development at the member states level, program interventions, projects which can create concrete job opportunities, which can build skills of young people, change mindset of young people to be attracted to the agricultural sector, innovative skills. That's not enough. Then the next step is those programs can provide access to resources, which include finance. Finance is one of the key aspects, but it's not the only major constraint for young people to be involved in this. It's an ecosystem. You have to build their skills, support them with resources, engage them in the policy-making processes, and everything. Once we support member states with the implementation of programs, we'll also try to assess what are the progress are we making across the continent in terms of achieving our targets. We need to monitor, evaluate, and improve going forward. And so implementation policy is key, but finally, let me also say gatherings like this, for young people to learn from themselves. We have a major event initiated by His Excellency, the Job Creation Forum, which we organize every 2 years, as well as the Digital Agriculture Conference. We have a digital agriculture strategy, which we believe the young people are attracted into the sector through innovation, digitalization. So we developed that strategy to support member states in creating that ecosystem. So it's policy, program, monitoring and evaluation. This has to work together for those opportunities to be created, but we have to be optimistic that our continent can create those jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you to dear Haile Abebe. A big round of applause to him, please. And now we go to NGOs, GIZ. Dr. Bernard Filbert Agbo, you are advisor in GIZ Ghana and international NGO, and you are also coordinating the partnership with Africa Capacity Building Foundation. And you know that the issue I'm going to talking about is really crucial. How can we, no, you, because you have the money, how can you finance agribusiness for job creation and sustainability in Africa?
Thank you very much. Yeah, the model I would like to share with you is already taught by Dr. Okudu. It's the grant, and we call it Competitive Matching Grant Fund. It's a fund that we allow to agribusinesses, 65 agribusinesses in 23 African countries for the last 3 years to support them, not as a local subsidy, but as a co-investment. Then with this fund, they got also capacity development, technically, and also managerial capacity. And also they were supported for the market linkage. Those key elements made now those 60 plus agribusinesses ready for investment. Many of them are really equipped to get to scale up, get access to bank financial financing, and this is the way to go, like Dr. Okudu demonstrated also in his presentation. What was the key outcome of this experience we made is that those agribusinesses, when we give them €1, they contribute €1.26. It came totally with €9 million investment from their side. What is huge. And with this, there is a job creation. There's also adoption of many innovative measures in the green economy. And all these also benefit along the whole value chain. We supported maize, cocoa, livestock, talking about livestock, cattle, sheep, and goat. And you can see that these agribusinesses are becoming really sustainable. They are growing. Some of them are in the exhibition here. You will have a chance to see them, and they can tell the story themselves. What are the best practices they adopt now and the way forward for them. This is what we need to make them sustainable and ready for further investment. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. You too. A big round of applause to Dr. Bernard. Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, you are a commissioner in the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda, and thank you for joining us in this panel. We're gonna talk about PPP, public-private partnerships. We know it's very essential for any country development. So public-private partnership are called the engine of Africa green transition. So doctor, how can NGOs position themselves effectively with these partnerships?
Thank you very much, moderator, and I would like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to be part and share my perspective from the government side. One of the things, of course, we need to note is that governments are duty bearers and they create an environment, conducive environment for investments, for job creation and economic development. But governments cannot work alone. That's why governments have to work with other players, and that's why we know that working with the private sector is going to stimulate growth and create opportunities for jobs in Africa. Why are partnerships needed? Normally partnerships are created because you want to leverage available resources and capacities. You realize you cannot do the job alone, and indeed government cannot do the job alone. Government needs additional resources, and most of Africa, we're actually struggling to get access to credit. Most of our countries are suffering the debt burden, and we cannot fund our programs. That's why we need a private sector, but also we need innovations. Private sector are known for innovations. They're also known for ensuring that the transparency and accountability. So working with the governments becomes very important and key in delivering the objectives of every country. NGOs have a role to play because, again, NGOs have things they do which governments cannot do and which the private sector cannot do. And for NGOs to contribute, they have, first of all, demonstrate value. What is the value proposition NGOs are bringing on the table? But how are they contributing the development of a country? They have to fit into the development plans of the country, but they also have to participate. Many times, organizations want to be invited, but you also should actually show up and participate when programs, for example, PPs are being designed so that you can demonstrate the value you are going to make, but also bring evidence on the ground and also show how you can make the voice of the people on the ground actually count. So NGOs have a very big role to play. And I think if they can join the PPs, then we'll get more value, we'll deliver more better, and create more jobs for the people, especially the people on the ground. Thank you.
Any few strategies you have that we can use to make that happen?
Yes, indeed, a number of things can be done. Number one is having memorandum of understanding, which highlight the roles of each player, but also how you are going to cooperate, so that it becomes a win-win situation. But also ensuring that NGOs participate in forums. For example, in my country, we have annual what we call Uganda Water and Environment Weeks. And here we invite all the partners to join in, and NGOs are playing a very important role, but also they use it as an opportunity to demonstrate what they can offer, but also ensuring that they actually part and parcel of project implementation. They are helping to raise awareness, communicate results, and show that by joining the PPs, they're actually bringing something that ordinarily would not be found there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, dear team, dear panelists, and thank you for attention. But due to shortened time by ourselves, we're gonna have a few questions We have 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. We're gonna take 1 people per two per row, and they have to be very specific. If you can ask a question within not more than 30 seconds, and then answers should be given in no more than 1 minute, as we only have 9 minutes left. And for those who will not be able to ask, we're gonna have a break. You can ask questions while networking with them, and it's encouraged. So someone there raised the hand. Let's begin by here. Any walking mic there? Someone there. Walking mic. Let's use this. And you should specify who the question is addressed.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presenters and the ongoing or ended panel. Mine is not a question, but it's somehow a concern. It's very hard to bring together all the experts that are sitting there, and their views are very important. I am wondering if after this event, we are going to have something like a proceeding that can be published or accessible to a big number of people who can also, or whom are concerned by those views from experts. It's not a question, it's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The organizing committee and the boss himself is here, so maybe they're gonna tell us in the closing remarks. It was another question, it was just a contribution, and make sure that it's gonna be continuity of this. Yes, a lady there.
Thank you very much and congratulations for bringing that high-level team here. I'm Agnes Mongombe from Kenya. Mine is a small comment, but when we are seated here, there are other people listening out. We are also online, and there are many of us here. And this is directly to Commissioner Abebe. When you emphasize on food security, I'm in the food sector myself, agriculture by profession. We keep saying food security. Food security is not enough for Africa. We need to hear food security and nutrition. So you have to emphasize food and nutrition. Our babies are dying between 1 and 5 years. Even if I give them all the maize, everything, they'll still die. We need food and nutrition security. So maybe it was an oversight on your side, but it needs to be emphasized so that we carry the right message, and especially when we are communicating with the world. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. It was also a contribution. We should think about security and food, because you cannot have a food security where there is no food. Thank you so much. Another question. Another question. Right there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olivier Nirubudza. I'm into agribusiness, most definitely working into a company called LX, which is Electric Solutions Group, dealing with productive use of energy, installing solutions that are involved into agriculture mechanization. So my question is addressed to Jennifer from Burundi. You have mentioned that you have implemented a strategy to replace raw materials importation with local raw materials. So my question is, how do you ensure that the smallholder farmers are involved into your strategy? Do you guys work with traders, or you make sure that you closely work with cooperatives that are into agriculture to make sure that they benefit from this strategy? Thank you.
To whom the question is addressed, please? Jennifer.
Jennifer, yes.
All right. So, okay, we would end by that one because of time, but in French we say cohabitation. You can ask, but please, will you be brief?
Yes, I will. My name is Arakadzala Darcy. I work in tech system Burundi, which is a tech company that's work closely with farmers. We have now developed a solution for poultry management and also use TNML solution for AI, to use AI in farmers. My question will be directed to Jennifer first. There is an intervention she made saying that here in Burundi, maybe we are not at the level of seeking for AI since we don't have much connectivity in rural area, but also as a person in the IT community, I would like to say that for AI, we have to understand to be sufficient by ourselves, since there are many technology that can work offline, like
Will
embedded
you
AI.
be straight to the question, please?
Okay, like embedded AI models that can work offline and also in remote areas. But also my question to her will be, how are they ready to work in the R&D and help those farmers they are working with to local sourcing, so that they maybe have awareness that the new technologies are there and how they can use their funds to help them start with prototype and small projects so that they can enter in the new solution, the technology, since they are the one that have the light, the one that have the fund, and they are expecting to get much productivity from them. Thank
Did
you.
you get the question? Thank you, thank you. I think you are the only one that was asked the questions. Priority is loved.
Thank you so much. Good questions.
Please.
Who do we work with? I said that we innovated for our beers that we make. We started with adding local raw material as maize grits. You say, who do we work with? We started working first with Anagesa because we started piloting and see if this is something that can work. Number two, we said we're going to work with cooperatives because they have already a system that is set up. So it's so easy for us because they aggregate more to meet what we need. We cannot work with one farmer because they cannot have the volume that we need for our productions. Now, are we going to work with them to make sure that they improve the productivity, prototypes and everything? As you said, number one we have is to already strengthen what we already have, thus improving productivity. Crops are here, harvest is good. But first, the pinpoint that we have is the post-harvest loss that we are trying for now to address. Storage is a key pinpoint. And before also introducing something else, there are main challenges that they are facing, which is, again, how to know the soil, how to improve their fertility, but also to reduce their post-harvest, because this is the biggest issue today that the farmers have. They can have all the volume, all the harvest that we need, but when it comes to storing them, it's a problem. So for now, we are focusing on making sure that the harvest that we have, we are able to store them throughout the year. So yeah, thank you so much. I hope. And then for the future, we can slowly introduce all these beautiful apps that we want to strengthen again, this value chain.
And the AI question also will be answered as we grow slowly. We start small and grow big.
Of course.
One step at a time. Thank you so much. And now we're really running out of time, but I would make sure that, please briefly.
I think mine was a comment that we should take. We need food security, and that food should be nutritious. Maybe I did not mention that, but it's important for the EU also. In fact, the nutrition aspect is placed into departments in health and in agriculture also. So we are not only focusing on food security, but the comment is well taken.
Thank you very much. So now we're gonna make sure that we have a keynote takeaway from every speaker here. We will have only 5 seconds to summarize what the public can take away from this panel. Dr. Bernard, 1 sentence of takeaway from all you said.
Okay, thank you. From my side, I would like to say that, sustainable job will not be created only by the financing. We need to finance investable business that combine innovation, resilience, entrepreneurship, and market opportunity.
Thank you so much. Haile?
Yes, I think the technical aspect was already said, but I have a message to young people. When we sit here and discuss this project doing this, that project is doing that, do not expect everything will come from the government, the projects. You have a key role to play yourselves. You are the majority in this continent, so you have to prepare yourself. You are not beneficiaries, should be key stakeholders in this process.
Everything has been said, so make sure you grab a bottle of Premier Star or Royal, and you will thank me later.
Unfortunately, I don't have a product like hers, but for me, what is key is that for us to create opportunities, especially for youth and women, we must use integrated approach so that we can be able to enhance the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a saying that if you have a problem and you are interested to address that problem, you find means to deal with that problem. But if you are not interested in addressing that problem, then you find excuses. You may even say the goat has 2 heads. That's why you could not touch the goat, excuses. So Africa, we know the solutions. Let's put hands together to deal with them. Let us not be giving excuses. Excuses will lead us to nowhere. Thank you.
Madam Berna?
I'll still talk about innovation. Innovation is like a car that needs a driver and fuel. The technology is the engine that will help you move. So you need to know where you're going, to have the direction and the means, and let technology come and supplement.
Many thanks indeed. Yes,
Thank you very much. I really would want to end by saying that partnerships are key in everything we want to do. We have what it takes. If we can only leverage available resources and capacities, we'll be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed for everybody. A big round of applause to this team, please. So there is a saying here. They say, no picture, nothing happened. So photographers, where are you, please? The panel will have 1 picture, and then we will introduce the 3rd session. Thank you very much. Please be seated, proceed, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
wonderful
you.
panel discussion.
Thank you.
So we may now proceed for lunch. So we can officially close the first session. So lunch will take about 40 minutes. So please return at 4, exactly at 4, so we can continue with the other sessions. The lunch, we will have the lunch exactly at the same venue where we had the breakfast for the coffee break for the VIP, and then the other part. So the same venues will be used. So same arrangements. Donc, à tous et à toutes, vous êtes invités à aller pour le déjeuner maintenant. S'il vous plaît, soyez de retour exactement à 16 heures pour qu'on puisse reprendre les sessions plénières. Merci.
Imagina magu amu tamarira tore iwe nakarorwe twari iwe yamaye bunabasi akamashimagizwa ubwenge iwe Amanda. N'ubutungane amakunga tubise ati beni kagahugu oya sagahugu igihugu cifashe ubumwe n'ibikorwa n'amajambere kuba
Hello. We should be starting in the next 3 minutes. Three minutes, we should be starting.
imisozi yabwo akayaga n'ikiyaga imibande yose intungamahagara wabubonye rimwe agenda atamacumu uba yaramwumvise umurundi w'ukuri eka n'uwamubonye yakimajije amaguru amutamarira ubutore bwiwe n'akaroruhore ubutwari bwiwe yamayivuna basi akamashimagizwa ubwenge bwiwe umutima wa Afrika wamata n'ubuki watanze akarorero ukurondera ubuntu n'ubutungane amakunga tubise ati beni kagahugu oya sagahugu igihugu cifashe ubumwe n'ibikorwa n'amajambere ukenyerezi gume barundi twese umutima turwanya akarenganyo n'uburyarya bidutesha kuba Burundi itwivuna basi amajambere batononera umutekano ico tukwifurije sagamba Burundi saga saga sagamba Burundi saga saga sagamba Burundi ega yemwe murazi uburundi cibare cacu ima mwibahari nini umutima wagutse n'abantu b'abagabo imisozi yabwo akayaga n'ikiyaga imibande yose intungamahagara wabubonye rimwe agenda atamacumu uba yaramwumvise umurundi eka n'uwamubonye yakimajije amaguru amutamarira ubutore bwiwe n'akaroruhore ubutwari bwiwe yamayivuna basi akamashimagizwa ubwenge bwiwe umutima wa Afrika wamata n'ubuki watanze akarorero tungane amakunga tubise ati beni kagahugu oya sagahugu igihugu cifashe ubumwe n'ibikorwa n'amajambere
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope their lunch was very delicious. So as we wait for others to come in, let's proceed. So we'll have a very exciting session. The theme of the session is called Catalyzing Innovative Investment in Food Grain Value Chain for Economic Growth and Food Security. And to lead us through this plenary session, we'd have Dr. Ezron from Kenya, from University of Embu. So Dr. Ezron, over to you. I'll give you the floor to introduce your
Thank you so much. I request that we begin the session. Kindly let us take our seats as I introduce the main speaker for this afternoon. Kindly let us concentrate. Those who are standing, please take your seats. So allow me to introduce myself. I am one person who believes in impactful, sustainable, and also inclusive investments. That is what my belief is. And if there's anything you can remember about me, not just about my name, but as somebody who has oral and with emphasis on gender inclusivity. So my name is Hezron Mogaka from University of Embu, where I work in the School of Agricultural Economics and Extension as a senior lecturer, but from February this year, I took up another responsibility as the director for HERI Africa. That is harnessing education research for impact. We are already working in 4 countries, including Rwanda, Tanzania, Malawi, and also Senegal. So for this particular afternoon, let me give you a brief on how we are going to handle the session. We will take a maximum of 45 minutes. Kindly, the panelists and the keynote speaker, we have been requested to take a maximum of 45 minutes. And the way we are going to do it, we are going to have the main speaker taking 15 minutes. And then from there, the panelists have got very rich bios, which I can't read, because if I take that direction, you will stay here until probably midnight. So I will require that the panelists, you ensure that you introduce yourselves by sticking to your name and what you want to be remembered for. What is it that you have done? And then from there, we will have the panelists also giving their statements, and that each panelist has been given a maximum of 9 minutes. And then from there, we shall also have a session with all of you, because that is what matters. We want to collect as much information from you as possible. And then from there, we should be able to conclude the session within 45 minutes. So the panelists and Dr. Mure, kindly observe time and allow me now to introduce the main speaker for the afternoon session, which is supposed to be plenary session number 3, that is catalyzing innovative investments in food grains, value chain for economic growth. I would like to add the word there, prosperity and food security and nutrition, because we have been reminded that we should not be just focusing on food security, but we should add in the word food and nutrition security. And we must have very clear indicators for tracking our performance in respect to food security as well as nutrition security. So, Dr. Mure, kindly introduce yourself, take 3 minutes or 2 minutes to introduce yourself, and then deliver your keynote speech, which will be done at a high level. It will be at high level, and then when the panelists come in, they will get into the details based on their various sectors. We'll introduce the panelists once Dr. Mure has already made his presentation. So welcome, Dr. Mure. Let us welcome him with, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hezron. Yes, Excellency, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I know we are just coming from lunch, and there's what we call specific dynamic effect. So there's the tendency to doze off or to sleep. Please, let's try and keep awake. I want to promise something, that at the end of this presentation and this panel, you will not be the same again. You will not be the same again. So please, let's try and keep awake. So as introduced, my name is Mure Agmolaho. I work at the African Union Commission. I'm the Senior Policy Officer in charge of agricultural production and marketing. Specifically, I'm based in AU Subgrad in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. So the title of our presentation this afternoon is Catalyzing Innovative Investment. Please note the keywords there. Catalyzing innovative investment in food grains value chain for economic prosperity, food and nutritional security. Thank you. So next slide. Now at the African Union, we produce guidelines, we produce framework, we produce policy briefs. And the purpose is that most of these guidelines, they must be evidence-based. We want to use the guidelines to direct or to guide member states in how they implement and plan projects or programs in specific areas. So the African Union Commission, through AU SAGRAD, we have these guidelines called the guidelines for now. These guidelines was prepared we can transform them in the continent. Now, when we have continental documents also, we also try to encourage member states and the regions, the regional economic communities, to also align their policies and the it is online. I have indicated that the link if you want to download it. So this guideline is not just a document that shows different pathways on how to achieve sustainable value chain transformation, but it is a knowledge material because it builds on practices and solutions within the continent. What we did was that from north to south, from east to west, across the countries, we look at what is working, best practices across value chains, practices that have promoted development of competitive value chains that are inclusive. What has worked. And in the guidelines, we also try to indicate why they have worked. What were the success factors in terms of policies, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the various aspects that was put in place to ensure that the guidelines or those value chains were successful. So I indicated there that it's not just a document that shows different pathways, but it is a knowledge material. Next slide, please. Yes, also the guidelines, the session before this, somebody talked about the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, which is the CADEP. Now we're implementing the CADEP Kampala. Now the guidelines is linked to the CADEP Kampala agenda. The CADEP Kampala is the agenda for agricultural agri-food system transformation in the continent. So what we did there was to look at the 6 strategic objectives of the CADEP Kampala agenda, and we see how developing agri-food value chains can impact each of these 6 strategic objectives. And we have been able to link them there in the schematic that is shown. I don't want to go through the strategic objectives, and I'm sure most of us know it, but it is listed there. So we have the goals of the CADEP Kampala agenda, and the goals are listed there to increase agri-food system production output by 45%. We have also to increase value chain value addition. Now, in also the session before us, somebody was talking about the issue of markets and jobs. If there are no markets, there will be no job. And if there are no jobs, there will be no market. So they go hand in hand. So we must be able to develop markets in order to attract jobs. And also we all know that the agricultural sector, agri-food system now, provides a very good sector that can accommodate labor. It is one of the major sources of labor absorption. The agri-food sector has that capacity to absorb most of the youth that are unemployed in terms of providing secured employment. So, so the agri-food system sector should be developed so as to encourage job creation. That is what I'm talking about. There must be markets for there to be jobs. And if there are no jobs, there will be no market. Next slide, please. Yes, now for why we are here this afternoon, one of the steps that need to be taken, we have to analyze and diagnose the different sectors. So the first one is what we are doing, that is step 1. If you look at step 1, it clearly shows that there's a need to analyze the particular sector. And in doing that, we have to look at the actors, what they are doing well, so that to be able to build on it. So we must look at the actors, the activities that are performed. And for this particular presentation, we are focusing on the food grains value chain. There are different value chains, there's the livestock value chain, but we are focusing on the food grains value chain. And we have this afternoon, we have experts that are either agripreneurs or they are from the government side that is going to be talking about what they are doing in their different countries or different companies in order to develop agri-food value chains. Next slide. Yeah, now, so their discussion is going to be directly on the drivers of change. I told you, I said what they are doing differently. So the drivers of change, what as member states, what are you doing in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of policy, in terms of legislation, in terms of standard that will encourage value chain, a competitive value chain? Now, please know that we're talking about job for trade. Just being neighbors is not enough impetus to trade with one another. That country A is close to country B is not guaranteed that they will trade with one another. You must be able to ensure that what you are trading, the items you want to trade, has that price and quality. They are competitive in terms of price and quality. So country A may not trade with country B, even if they are a close neighbor, if the commodity that is being sold is not priced or it's not quality competitive enough. So that is what we have to look at the various drivers, and the drivers could be technological drivers, they could be institutional drivers that are put in place. In the guidelines also, some of these things have been highlighted, but what we want to do specifically this afternoon is to get results from the ground. What is happening on the ground so that we can use it to update the guideline. Next slide. Now, why this event? That's what I just explained. We want to make sure that agri-food system, especially food grain value chains that is developed, is not only sustainable, it is also competitive. And I told us that the competitiveness in terms of price and quality are competitive. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Now, I have this here. There are 3 trees there. The first one is the tree that is left on its own. What is important to us in this tree is the fruit that drop. The tree that is left on its own, there are 2 fruits that are dropped. There is a lesson for that. Then the second tree, you find out that there are 2 people, 2 men that are shaking the tree, but they are shaking in opposite direction. They are shaking the tree in opposite direction. And if you look at the fruit that drop, it is the same thing as if nobody is shaking the tree. It's still 2. Now, the third one, that is where we want to get to. You have the tree, you have 2 people shaking, and they are in the same location, shaking in the same direction. So this is called for partnership, this is called for collaboration, and I think that is what we have been talking about since we started this conference. So you find out that if 2 shake in the same direction, we have more fruits dropping. So that is where we want to get to. We want to see how we can collaborate as partners to shake this tree so that food grains value chains that are developed in the continent are not just sustainable, but they're also competitive and inclusive. That is the key word. Next slide. I think that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mure. You have delivered your message in 10 minutes, and I hope it sinks in all of us that we need partnerships. We need to be focused on outcomes. And what Dr. Mure has done, he has given it at a high level. Now let's get to the granular level where we are going to get the panelists, and may I call the panelists to come to the front. That is Tabitha Gisheru, who is a Senior Assistant Director, Manufacturing and Agribusiness from Kenya. Let us appreciate as she walks out. The next one is Mwendalube Mono from the Ministry of Agriculture, Zambia, where she's also a director. Let us appreciate. And don't imagine that we are only calling ladies. There's a gentleman coming. but we want a lady first. Jacqueline Banda. Where is Jacqueline? Let us appreciate. And then we have got Noah Kunda Siwale from Zambia. So let us also appreciate Kunda. So this is a perfectly balanced panel, if you include myself, 50%, 50%. So we are doing very well when it comes to change. Is to give each of the panelists just 1 minute, introduce yourself, your name, where you come from, and what you believe you should be remembered for. Just 1 minute.
Testing. Thank you very much. My name is Kunda Noah Siwale. I am the director for Share Africa Zambia, the agriculture division. What I should be remembered for, I think, is my view that as Africans, we have the raw materials that we need to create the end products that we consume. We're already consuming the products. Currently, we're exporting the raw materials. What needs to change is our mindset so that we use the raw materials that we have to produce the end products that we're already consuming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate Noah once more. You know what is being remembered for? Natural capital in Africa. Is it a blessing or a curse? And when we talk about the youth, how do you link that and agribusiness? Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Banda. I'm the founder and managing director of J Foods. I'm from Malawi. So since I'm in the private sector, I want you all to remember me with, in private sector, we look on commercial sustainability. We are talking about grain value chain, but is it sustainable? So I think I'll leave that question with you and you answer it yourself. Thank you.
Let us appreciate Jackie. What she needs to be remembered for is the question. Or we continue. Good.
Good afternoon. My name.
Wait. We need to understand what Jackie needs to be remembered for. It is the question of sustainability. That is a very important concept that we have been talking about since 1972. And we are still talking about it, the Brundtland report of sustainable development. That development that guarantees that the current generation have enough, but also the future generation should have the same. That is what we are still talking about. So we need to ask ourselves the way she has asked it. What do we need to do so that we can actually realize these concepts and say that now we have taken a sustainable flight path? Next is Mono.
Good afternoon. My name is Mwendalubi Mono. I'm Director Agribusiness and Marketing in the Ministry of Agriculture in Zambia. I'm in charge of small-scale farmer input support programs. And what I want to be remembered for is being a person who supported and promoted the growth of agribusiness in Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate. Needs to be remembered for somebody who is the driver in respect to supporting, did you say agribusiness in Zambia? You need to give us the indicators so that when we meet here 10 years later, if you
Thank you very much. My name is Tabitha Gisheru. I come from Kenya, and I work with Parastato under the name of Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, where we deal with agribusiness and entrepreneurship. But what I would love to be remembered about is think business, think innovativeness, because if for you to remain afloat, then you have to keep on innovating. Thank you.
Let us also appreciate you, Tabitha. That's what you would like to be remembered for. Think business, think innovatively. Again, another point of inclusivity, where we have got 2 representatives from the government and 2 representatives from the private sector. So here we are. Private sector and the government must work in partnership so that we can shake the tree and optimize on the yield from the tree that Dr. Mure showed us. Now, as we said, Dr. Mure gave us an overview of from a strategic point of view and also from high level. Now we need to get to the granular aspects, and I would like you to be very crispy, go to the point. And the question, the first question that I want all of you to deal with, in respect to what we are talking about, catalyzing innovative investments in food grain value chain for economic prosperity and
Thank you, Daktari. And I think 3 minutes will be enough for me because or the center of food and nutrition security and economic development in the country, or even in Africa, rather. And other than being that, then we have issues that, or constraints or challenges that come with it. Much as it is so good, so important, there are challenges and they run through the value chain. And the first one is in the production, issues on productivity, which are issues to do with the seeds and issues to do with the infrastructure, irrigation, and so many things to do with pests and diseases in the productivity issues. But there are issues that we have also tried to counter in Kenya. I'll give you the challenges as well as what you are trying to do in Kenya. In terms of the productivity, we are looking into the seed system, and we are liaising with the research institutions to be able to get the certified seeds for our farmers. The other one under productivity is that we are having the e-voucher subsidy system. We all know that the inputs are so expensive, and that's why sometimes we find investing in the food grains can be very, very expensive and risky. And therefore, as the government of Kenya, we are doing e-voucher subsidy program, where we are liaising or linking with the agrovets or the agro-input dealers to be able to provide quality, accessible, and available seeds for the farmers. So that is how we are handling the issue of productivity. But there's also the issue of, other than the input, we have the natural issues about the weather and the climate change. And in Kenya, this is common with everybody. But in Kenya, we are also liaising with research institutions to be able to have the climate, we call them drought-resistant seeds or crops. We provide the research institutions like CARO, we call it CARO, Kenya Agricultural Research Organization and Livestock Organization. They provide, we work very closely to be able to have those drought-resistant crops. And we also envisage the issue of extension, because you know that extension, even if you had the very best seeds and no extension services, we have e-extension platforms where then we are able to provide extension to the farmers. So under productivity, that challenge, those are the scenarios that we are able to start intervening, and going forward, we know there will be more. However, we also have, the next stage is the post-harvest issues. There are very high post-harvest losses. And you know, we have food baskets in Kenya where we have a lot of grains, that is maize, millet, sorghum, rice, and beans and other food crops. But as we all know, is that a lot of these grains are lost. After we have done the hard work in the farm, then they are lost in the harvesting, in the granaries and what have you. So the government of Kenya have actually started interventions through the National Cereals and Produce Board, where we are doing the grain silos. We are doing innovative silos to be able to store the grains and to ensure that there is enough food for everyone in the country. We also have some supportive policies in the country which are supporting the issues of post-harvest handling. And most importantly, or something to look out for, is the warehouse receipt system in Kenya. The warehouse receipt system is where now there's an act we call the Warehouse Receipt System Act of 2019. And this one was used to be able to establish the warehouses to be able to have storage for the grains. However, this act has actually opened way for the partners to be able to invest in that, so that we are able to de-risk that. The government cannot do this alone, so partners are coming, private sector, you make your own warehouse receipt, it is certified by the council, and then you are able to store the grains for the farmers, which has a lot of advantages because we are able to regulate the warehouse by having the receipt being a financing instrument. That means the receipt that you get when you store your produce, then you use it as a collateral for other things to happen. And this helps you also to be able to wait for better prices in the market. So even as you wait, then you are already de-risked in terms of financing. You're given that receipt, which you can use as a collateral. So that policy is actually showing us that it can be done, and it will be done, and more can be done. Yes, then we have the technology issues. The technology in terms of supporting the post-harvest losses. Where in Kenya, we have what we call the PICS bag, and I'm sure even other African countries are using that, but we have really embraced that for the smallholder farmers to be able to store our grains at home. Basically, mostly for food security. I'm told it's food and nutrition security, and also now for economic development, because now once you have the good quality food or grains at home, then when the market is ripe, you can be able to take it there. So there are so many other challenges, but if you allow me, I'll put it at the post-harvest and productivity, but we also have the market issues, the market challenges, market system challenges, and also the finances doesn't miss, especially for youth and women in terms of that. But if you allow me 1 minute, then I can say that in Kenya, we are looking into Women Enterprise Fund and Youth Enterprise Development Fund to be able to de-risk that in terms of financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate it a bit as responses. And you are a first learner. At least you remember that you need to include nutrition security. Thank you. The only thing that I would like you to think about is, yes, you have given us a very good descriptive analysis of the challenges that you are facing and what the government is doing. It will be kind of you, because at the end of the day, we are going to have a report that will be deposited, that you go beyond and tell us the extent to which these government initiatives have actually improved the situation. so that we are quantitative enough rather than just being descriptive. So the next one, kindly take 3 minutes, Mona, if you can address the challenges that you are faced in respect to the subject matter, that is in terms of investment, inclusion, and the competitiveness of the food grain agribusiness in your specific context. Kindly 3 minutes only.
Thank you very much. Allow me to dwell on two, if not three. What we have seen in Zambia when we're dealing with the small-scale farmers is access to finance. The finance is there, but it's the access to this finance that most of the farmers and agribusinesses are grappling with. So what government has done is to come to the table with private sector, that is the financial institutions, the banks, and the insurance companies, and have a conversation on how the agribusinesses, the farmers can be helped. Because ordinarily, when a farmer walks into the bank, the interest rate will range from about 15 to 20%. So government has negotiated for the agribusiness to be able to get agricultural loans at a lower cost, around 12% thereabout. So these loans include loans for seed, for fertilizer, for mechanization equipment, irrigation equipment. You will note that in Zambia, we have about 75 million hectares total area. But out of that 75 million hectares, only 43 is arable. And 2 million of that land is what is under irrigation. So there is an opportunity there for small agribusinesses to thrive within the sector. And the government has also opened up what we call mechanization centers. So in these mechanization centers dotted around the country in the provinces, a farmer is able to go to the mechanization center, hire a tractor or a reaper, various types of equipment at a low cost, and be able to utilize that equipment instead of them going to purchase, because that is a long haul. And then in terms of financial literacy, that is another. We have come to the table with other partners so that our small agribusinesses can be trained in how to manage these finances, because it's one thing to access the finances, it's also another issue to know how to use these finances. The other issue, Dr. More also mentioned it in his presentation, is the issue of storage and processing. For many years, we've talked about production, we've talked about productivity. I'll give an example. In Zambia, we talked about production. The farmers went out there, they produced maize. Right now, we are sitting at 5 million metric tons. That's the 2025-2026 season. The farmers produced 5 million metric tons of maize. And yet, as a country, we only have storage capacity of about 1.5 million metric tons. So where do we take the rest? So in order to reduce on post-harvest losses, government has given the communities what we call the Community Development Fund. So the constituencies have been allowed to construct warehousing facilities, which will be owned by the communities, and the income goes to the communities. So in that way, we'll be reducing the handling costs as compared to having the Food Reserve Agency buying all the maize from the farmers. Some of it can be stored in these warehouses. And in that way, the farmers avoid panic selling. Because previously, without storage, it means that when the private sector go to these farmers, they'll buy at a low cost, meaning the farmer will sell the maize at very low cost compared to what they put in when they were planting. Then we have also, we are just starting now to develop the warehouse licensing system. We're still learning from Kenya and from Tanzania. This is where we intend to use the warehouses, the warehouse receipt and access collateral using, access finance using the receipt that they get from the warehouses. Thank you.
Let us appreciate what Mono has indicated. One other thing that you may just like the same comment, where is the place for the youth? In your presentation, we need to get where is the place for the youth? So, and as we progress, it will be very important that if we can document then what is the success rate like and what has made that initiative successful? Because we are here to learn from each other. So next, let us have Jackie. Please try to take 3 minutes. Seems it's a very difficult, but try.
I'll try. So on my first point, I said that I want you all to remember me in terms of commercial sustainability. In private sector, we look on commercial sustainability in food grade and value chain. That's one of the main challenges that we face. Mostly when the farmers harvest, they sell immediately their crops because the price of it from Malawi, mostly when the prices have come out during buying of farm inputs, the maize is wet and it carries more kgs when selling. And the farmer immediately sells their maize because when the maize is still wet, the value is going to be high. And this causes aflatoxin in terms of adding value. That's one of the changes that we face in food processing. I process cereal and maize flour for sale. So some of the changes that we face, one, the quality of maize, and also we don't have inconsistency supply of raw materials. Mostly we buy our raw materials immediately after harvest, and we have to remain with the same raw material throughout the whole year. When we storage the raw materials, that's the grain, it's easily good and bad. But what we have done at J Foods, so now when we buy the grain, we have to dry it. We train the farmers how to dry it so that we should not have a lot of post-harvest losses. And also when we are studying, it's been almost 3 years now that we started processing cereal and maize flour. Our farmers, during farming season, they used to have changes of seed and farm inputs because we know in Africa, most of our smallholder farmers, they depend on subsidy. And in my country, subsidy comes in maybe a month or a half while the rain season is already started. So what we do is we give farmers seed and fertilizer on credit, they farm, and we are their market. We send them with them contract. They know that the crops that we are farming, we already have a market. We train them on post-harvest losses and how they can dry the maize so that they should not bring the maize with a moisture. Apart from depending on the rain-fed, also we used to have a lot of climate shocks. In 2020, we were affected badly with Cyclone Fred. We lost almost 10 hectares of maize. So we have also introduced irrigation system where farmers, we bought them solar panels where they're using them pay as you go. So that for them, they benefit, us also as a company, we are benefit so that we meet halfway. The problem of supply and supplier shocks mostly because when we buy from our farmers immediately after harvest, that means we have to wait. So now we don't have to wait for rainy fed. Every 3 months, know that maize is coming, sorghum is coming. And also apart from maize, we have also introduced climate resilience crops like sorghum, whereby it's in pipeline, but we are going to introduce cereal that is made out of sorghum. So in a nutshell, that's what we are doing. Thank you.
The other issue is, again, what we have said, try to quantify your success. Because we are here to network, we are here to learn from each other. So the last one, but not least, is Noah.
Thank you so much.
I hope you remember what you are supposed to focus your attention on. 3 minutes.
No, I do remember, but I'll be writing off of what my fellow panelists have said, because most of what they've said, I think is also something that's a challenge to us. She was just now saying they're working on products to do with sorghum. I work with Share Africa Zambia. We have actually produced sorghum flakes. So we've created a market for farmers to have an outlet for their sorghum. Mostly farmers would grow sorghum and then they'll get price at discovery. In some years it's good, in some years it's not that good. So it's good to know that even neighboring Malawi, similar things are happening. So To just mention a bit about the challenges that we have faced in terms of processing of foods. One of them is just the example we saw a few minutes ago when the lights went out. That's something that we had grappled with as a country. We had a period where we had load shedding for some years, and that really affected our production. We actually had to cut some of the lines. We produce cornflakes, sorghum flakes, peanut butter, as well as instant porridge that is made from soybean and maize, a mixture of soybean and maize. We call it a corn soya blend. So we actually had to cut the peanut butter line in 1 year because the power outages could not allow us to produce consistently. But the good thing is today, that's a thing of the past. If I'll get the figures wrong, Madam Mwendalovi will correct me, but government has set up a solar plant, 200 megawatt solar plant. So that is now being fed into the main grid. And the challenge that we used to have with load shedding as of, I think, a year now, I think of the past, a year plus. So I think those challenges are also in other countries. I think in Zimbabwe, Nigeria, there are issues of power, and those tend to affect production. Because for most of the equipment that is used in processing, that's something that we also need to maybe dwell on. The capital requirement for value addition, it's quite high. And that's why we don't see many actors doing the value addition at a large scale or at a scale that can compete with existing brands, can compete with brands that we are importing. So the equipment costs are quite high, but also that equipment comes with a high power requirement. So maybe another thing that we also need to look at is how do we utilize the energy efficiently for us to even continue to produce. Speaking to the aspect of food security and nutrition, I think that's one of the things that we have focused on in developing all the products that we have. We look at the nutrition aspect. So like I mentioned earlier, we're already consuming most of the products or value-added products that we can talk about. We're already consuming brands that are not African or brands that are not local. We're already consuming them. The question is, why are we selling our raw materials and instead deciding to import things that we can produce locally? So to the nutrition aspect, that's why we've gone into producing sorghum flakes, because we feel, we believe that sorghum has a high nutrition value as compared to maize, white maize to be specific. So we have those of products like flakes, cornflakes, be it sorghum flakes, that are also looking at the nutrition aspect. Another challenge that I would like to highlight is just the inconsistency of supply in terms of raw material. And I'll phrase this in the sense of price fluctuations. Farmers, small-scale farmers especially, are enticed by the price that they find at the market. So if in 1 year the price is not good, that will affect the decision for the farmer in terms of what they'll produce the following year. And I think as my fellow panelists has mentioned, what we need to do to address that challenge is look also into producing under irrigation, because if there's consistent production, there'll be consistent supply, and in that way, we'll be able to also control issues of price fluctuations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate Noah, you have taken almost double the time, almost 5.5 minutes. Now we are going to the last round of questions, and each of the panelists will take 1.5 minutes. From there, we are going to give the chance to the youth. And the youth is anybody who is less than 35 years or 35 years and less. From the community where I come from, that's how we define youth. But if you come from another context where youth is less than 85 years, you can raise up your hand so that we can raise the ceiling a bit. So anybody who is less than 35 years, please prepare to say something, either in support of what they have said, or you want to make a contribution, or there's a point of clarification you want. So, or anybody who is less than 35 years, please, this is your session. Because we are here because of the youth. We are here because of your future. So, one quick question. Just give us one opportunity that needs to be harnessed. Just one opportunity that needs to be harnessed in order to overcome the challenges that you have talked about. Just one.
Okay.
Let's start with Noah.
Okay.
This time, 1.5 minutes, Noah.
Okay, I think I'll just echo what I've mentioned before. I think the opportunity that we need to harness is to rethink our view in terms of what we're exporting. We really need to ask this question: why is it that we're exporting our raw material, and then in some way, in some form, maybe as biscuits, maybe as cornflakes, maybe as beet, whatever we consume, it's still coming back to us as a finished product. We need to rethink that because the consumer market is already Africans. We're already consuming these products. We just need to produce them ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now you have almost maintained your response within 1.5 minutes. Jackie?
There are a lot of opportunities. Saying that Zambia has almost 5 million metric tons of maize, but the government is just looking on the production. They're not looking on the value addition. So if we can invest much in hubs so that we can be able to create value. For instance, the grain value chain has a lot of opportunities. We can do flour, cereal, flakes. So if we can look at this, there is job creation, market, and also going to empower our youth and women. So we need to look on that. At the end of the day, the money that we're going to export is going to come back to in our country and going to make investment with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That's also re-emphasizing the fact that the opportunities are there. The question is on how do we realize that? Yeah.
The opportunities are many in the agriculture sector. For example, there's an opportunity for private sector to upscale business in terms of mechanization equipment, irrigation equipment, even research for seed varieties. I mentioned earlier that in terms of seed, for us to be able to produce the grain, we need seed. We are producing 80,000 metric tons and we are only consuming 50,000. 30,000 is for export. So there's an opportunity there for more research, more varieties of seed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mono. You are also confirming that the opportunity is there, but we need to crack hard. How do we then harness this opportunity so that it creates meaning among the youth and any other person who is deserving within the African continent? Yes, Tabitha.
Thank you. Okay, my colleagues here have alluded into value addition, but I can't avoid to insist on value addition and processing so that we can be able to create decent jobs for the youth and women in processing and in value addition. And also now the partners, the development partners can come in that line to be able to invest in the infrastructure, the milling, all those infrastructures that are there in the value addition. But most importantly, when Dr. Mura was giving his speech, he said that if there's no market, there are no jobs. And therefore, I cannot avoid to just tell you about the market system, that we need to strengthen the market system. And as government, we have a big role to play with development partners, where us as the government can be able to reduce taxes, especially on agribusiness and processing equipment for importation. and also provide market information through e-platform. And this is where the development partners can come in to be able to assist in providing the e-platform for the market information in terms of availability, the prices, and all the information that comes with that. And finally, access to affordable finances. This one, if you're looking at inclusion, then you cannot avoid to talk about the issue of either giving credit score to the youth and women, or maybe even giving credit guarantee to the agricultural loan for the youth and women. That will help, or even agricultural crop insurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tabitha, for that. Now it is time for the youth. Two ladies and two gentlemen, and the management of AIN. I request that you give them some incentives, maybe an additional T-shirt, some notebook. Yeah, please. So, and ask tough questions where you need, and you're going to ensure you operationalize the answer that you're going to get.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ijoma from Nigeria. I'm with the Africa Project Development Center team. I coordinate a project called Healthy Diet for Africa in Nigeria. It's the Living Lab. And then I coordinate a group of youth that are into agro-processing and production. So my question is, I don't know who to direct the question to, but what do you do to scale the innovations, the food innovations that you have? Because sometimes we stay in the room and discuss with elites, but then how does it go down to the grassroots? Because I think that is where these informations are needed in the field. How do we disseminate this information to people that actually need it? Because all of us here, we know that, okay, you have to eat right to live healthy, but some of them don't know. They blame it on economy. They blame it that they don't have money. But if you check it, if they are able to grow what they eat in their houses, they'll be able to live healthy, eat healthy, live healthy, and reduce post-harvest loss, and still make income from what they have. So how is this information, how does this innovation go down to the grassroots? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that one I would like, because that's one, it's a big question. Dr. Muri, can you answer it, please? From the African, because you have the resources, and assure how you get the resources to bring our innovation to scale.
Thank you very much. I think since you're talking about scaling, the issue is look for the market. And I think the market exists. Let me give an example. I heard a story yesterday about a young man in West Africa that became a millionaire from making ladies' hair, doing hair for ladies. She said, and somebody was asking her, why did you go into such business? She said she looked around and found out that it was only women that were doing salon or this hair thing. And that she know that women will love men to do their hair rather than women doing their hair. So as a man, she went into the business. And true to prediction, all the ladies were coming to her, to his shop to do their hair, and eventually he became a millionaire. So, but what I'm saying is that look for the market, and I'm sure the market exists. Fashion your product, whatever you are selling, whatever you have, your innovation, fashion it to fit the market. And I'm sure you'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What I can add, if you can take the contracts of AIN, they will be able to give you and work with you on how you can be successful. Because just an advice for one day may not unlock the potential that you have. But if you can take their contract, because what you have asked is very important, and that is what is going to create jobs. So please keep in touch. They can work with you over the next 1 year. After 1 year, you come and tell us a different story. Are you satisfied with that answer? So you deserve another T-shirt. So please, AIN, prepare. If you don't have one, order for one. Thank you. Another youth.
Here we have.
Who next? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm called Rachel Eposi from Cameroon. I'm into the processing of mushroom. So I have this very pertinent question that I want to ask. So my question is, if there is a shortage of raw materials, how can a business owner sustain operations?
Thank you so much.
Thank
One
you.
I give it to Jacqueline. Are you able to take that one? Or
I wanted to answer the previous one.
okay.
I'll answer.
Okay, no.
Hello.
Simply put,
My hand is up.
shortage,
Yeah.
it's not possible
I
to
want
sustain
that.
the business. But what we need to be looking into is creating the models so that they're sustainable. The model that we have currently, we have farmers who we work with, we give them inputs, and then they produce the grain we take, and then that's what we process. So, but to cushion the challenges that farmers are also facing, issues of climate change, so you have some years where they don't do well. We are also giving them irrigation equipment. So the idea is to address the challenges where they are. We can't ignore the challenges. So it's a matter of creating the model so that it's sustainable. So you need to ensure you have bottlenecks in place to make sure it doesn't affect the business in the long run. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want to add?
No, I
Hello,
wanted to respond to
we
the
are
first
here
question based
online.
on my own scenario and as an example. So when I was starting my business, I don't have a background in agri, but I started because I was helping my cousin who was sick, was malnourished by then. So where I come from, they farm a lot of groundnuts, but we were eating raw groundnuts without processing it. So I saw his video on YouTube on how people they process peanut butter. I used a pestle and a mortar to process peanut butter. When I gave him, he started improving his health, and people in my community, they started reaching out to me, like, we also want the same peanut butter that we are processing. Through that, that's how J Foods, my company, was born. I started training these women how to process peanut butter. Our first bottle, I remember it was 500 grams. I put it on a status that we're selling peanut butter. Orders started came in, and the women that they started reaching out to me that they want peanut butter. They become our farmers. They farm peanut butter, they sell to us. From peanut butter, one of them, they told us, we cannot just have peanut butter. Mostly they use peanut butter in cereal. Can you try to process cereal so that we can try it with it? And so on. So all the products that we process at J Foods, cereal, peanut butter, chili sauce, chili flakes, they came in because we have been receiving demand from our customers. And it came from the grassroots level up to now our products. Some of them we are able to export to Mozambique and side. So sometimes it doesn't start from up down. Our innovations can also start from ground up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'm told the t-shirts are over. Let's get to the adults, and there are no incentives for adults. Anybody who has got a burning question, I can see one at the back there. Please, if you can just go straight to the question, we want to wind up at the back, near where there is one of the speakers. At the back. We may qualify for Olympics. The next. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, murakoze cyane. Je nitwa Ndize Salomo. Nkaba ndi Umurundi.
Who can assist us with the translation? Yeah?
Okay. Oh, wait.
That one in the red. The one in the red and the one who was raised to there. Who can help us with translation?
Yeah, what? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Murakoze. Jewe ku izina nitwa Ndizeye Salomo. Nkaba ndi umuyobozi muri koperative Koyede ikorera mu ntara ya Bujumbura, komine ya Cibitoke.
His name is Solomon, and he's the director of one of the cooperatives called COPAID.
Koyede.
Koniede.
C'est coopérative pour l'innovation et entreprendre au développement en toutes lettres.
Okay, he's a director of that cooperative. Okay, go straight. Urashaka kuvuga ikibazo chawe.
Murakoze cyane. Ikibazo canje kirimo ibibazo bibiri. Ikibazo ca mbere kiri kuri izi nyigisho twagiriwe amahirwe yo kubamwo muri iyi conference igira 11 nkuko tubibona, tukagirirwa amahirwe igaca ibera i Burundi iwacu. Ikibazo canje kiri ku kuntu numvise inyigisho zose zatambutse mu Congereza kandi turi mu Burundi. Twari tugiriwe amahirwe yuko izi nyigisho twategerezwa kuzitahana 100% kuko ni twebwe zateguriwe. Rero nkaba nsaba, hariho uburyo mudutegurira ko tuzozironka mu rurimi rw'ikirundi dushobora kumva kugira ngo tuzobandanye tuzikurikirana kandi neza nk'abazibayemwo.
Kugira ngo mbanze introduise. His question, basically, it's about the language of facilitation. He's mentioning the conference. They will really love to catch everything that you people are sharing. He's asking whether there will be, you will be able to share the keynotes and the presentation whether in English, and then we will facilitate into local language so that they do not miss all your insights, because it's very useful for them. They want to keep the rest. So basically the question is about the language that we are using in facilitate. It's not directed to you guys, but yeah, hariho mu Gifaransa nimba mushobora kumva Igifaransa. I'm saying that for those who can understand French, there is translation. Hariho uburyo mushobora kwambara ama écouteurs mugashobora kumva nimba mwumva Igifaransa, ariko ngerageje gutanga inyishu nibaza yuko ama presentation yose yabaye ngaha hazoba icegeranyo kugira ngo babibashikirize mwebwe byagenewe mu rurimi mwumva. Urumva turi abantu bavuye mu mahanga atandukanye. So we are people coming from all over the world. So it's not easy to get one language. We are mixing everything, but my response to you will be that we shall arrange to get those presentations translated and get back to you in your language, the language that you understand.
Okay, ikibazo ca kabiri.
Question.
Gifatiye ku mugani w'ikirundi uvuga ngo umukobwa, ubwiza bw'umukobwa nibwo bushikana umukobwa ibwami, ariko ubwenge nibwo buhamugumiza.
Okay.
Ngira ngo murashobora kubabwira mu Congereza uko bisigura.
I'm gonna try. I can get it. So he's using like a proverb or a quotation, a quote. He's using a quote saying that the beauty of a lady will help keep her in the palace, but it's not the beauty of a lady that will keep her in the palace, but it's her, how can I say, intelligence or smartness that will keep her in the palace. So it's not, okay, I don't know the point, but let's keep hearing what he wants to say.
Okay, nari mfatiye ku ijambo nigeze kumva, numvise ijambo opportunité, naho ntumva Icongereza cyane mugana numva aramahirwe. Ni gute twebwe nk'abarundi tugereranije n'uyu munsi mukuru twagize mwiza twoshobora kuzogirirwa amahirwe yo kuzoba dushobora kubyaza umusaruro inyigisho twakuye ngaha kandi bivanye n'urudandazwa rw'ivyo dukora muri ibi bihugu twakoranye. Murakoze.
Okay, I think the question is not directly related to you panelists, but he's wondering how the youth can really take advantage of everything that is being spoken here. There are opportunities. He mentioned that people say there are plenty of opportunities, so they're wondering how they can take advantages of all these opportunities that are available here. So it's a question, I think, for the youth themselves. If you have tips on how they can take advantage maybe on those opportunities, please share tips. Yeah.
Thank you. That is what we call as African perspectives and theories. Because some of these things we have left them behind, but it's important that we don't forget our history, including the languages. Because I think one of the questions, one of the issues he addressed is more grounded on the African perspective. But we need also to see how do we probably use it to enhance adoption of some of these technologies that we are talking about. So I think up to that end, what I would like to do is to request Dr. Mure to wind up and present the additional incentive to the youth who have spoken. And before I hand over to Mule, because we need to understand what are the next steps from these panelists. Number one, we need to document what we have discussed here as panelists. And I'll request my panelists to give a maximum of 2 pages where you articulate the challenges at the granular level, which we have discussed, followed by interventions that your government or your institution has made. And those interventions, you highlight the opportunities that may be harnessed, and then what are the lessons so far learned in terms of what is working, why it is working, what has not worked, and why it's not working at the optimal level. But please provide also the success rate of your interventions in a simple way that we'll be able to understand. So that is the assignment that we shall do, and it will go into the proceedings of the overall report. From my side, let me say thank you so much as I hand over to Mure to give the final remarks and then wind up the session.
Thank you, Dr. Hezron. Thank you. Please, let's clap for our moderator. I think he has moderated the session very well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I thank you for the time. Yes, yeah, I thank you for the time. I heard at the beginning, early this week, the Honorable Commissioner was talking about the incidents in Morocco and Spain. And as Africans, I think it is time we are ashamed of our unemployment. Unemployment in Africa is bringing us shame. Actually, when I saw those young boys swimming the Mediterranean to get to Spain, I'm sure some of them don't even know what they are going there to do. But they just heard that there is free residence permits and they started moving. But I think also in the continent, we have the jobs. Let us be innovative. I'm happy that AIN is doing a lot of work in building incubators and expanding the business frontier. The job is there. The market is there. I think we need to innovate and get the right attitude. Thank you very much.
Murakoze, thank you so much. So I think we are.
Yeah, the youth that ask question, you have the gift from AIN here. Please come forward for your bags. So we'll just take the group photograph.
Thank you so much. We thank you all panelists. And yeah, want a picture with the panelists and the commissioner as well. And yeah, please join the photo. We are running out of time. Umwanya uriko uraturega. We are going to do very quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much. You can, yeah, last picture. Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. On vous invite à rejoindre vos places. Thank you so much for the panelists. We are now going to move to the last session, last but not least. As you all can see, time has run out, but we are going to do better tomorrow, promise. Nous allons inviter le modérateur pour la session, la dernière session, mais qui n'est pas la moindre, Monsieur Faustin Matesso, qui est expert en emploi et relations institutionnelles et secteur privé chez Enabel, qui va faciliter la session, qui est notre dernière session d'aujourd'hui sur l'Académie de l'industrie pour la création de richesses en Afrique. Bienvenue, Monsieur Matesso, notre facilitateur de la dernière session. J'espère qu'on va, en attendant peut-être que Matesso arrive, il est déjà là. Check if your neighbor is still with us. Check, do a quick check. See if our people are still awake. This is the last part of the session.
Excellence, Madame la Ministre, ayant la jeunesse dans vos attributions au sein du gouvernement de la République du Burundi, distingués invités, tout protocole observé, bonsoir. Je me tiens ici devant vous pour faciliter le troisième panel, centré sur un thème aussi important et qui est interlié avec les thèmes précédents. C'est un thème qu'on vient d'annoncer, centré sur l'Académie de l'industrie pour la création de richesses en Afrique. Je vais m'exprimer principalement en français pour que je sois à l'aise. Pour entrer dans le sujet, permettez-moi d'inviter M. Abel Mwendakamaou pour nous présenter succinctement à titre introductif dans le sujet et faciliter la compréhension justement de ce qu'est l'Académie de l'industrie, tout en nous parlant de l'expérience des autres pays. Après sa présentation, je vais passer à l'invitation des panélistes. J'inviterai Monsieur Abel, s'il est ici, de me joindre à moi. Bienvenue, Monsieur Abel. Welcome. Et aussi pour exploiter convenablement le temps qui nous reste, vous voyez que l'assistance nous a vraiment prêté oreille attentive et elle est très intéressée. Je vous demanderai d'aller juste au but pour éclairer l'opinion et les panélistes afin qu'on puisse avancer clairement sur les sujets et les questions que nous allons, sur lesquelles nous allons échanger. Bienvenue.
So thank you very much. And all protocols observed. Good afternoon, good evening, my brothers and sisters from Africa. So I come in as the last presenter. I hope that it will be engaging. And just requesting that we go to the next slide. My name is Abel Kamau. I work with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers as the Trade and Policy Manager. Just giving a background about KEM, we were established in 1959, currently about 66 years old, in the business of advancing a conducive environment for the manufacturing sector within Kenya. Within the East African operations, we do have partnerships and collaborations with various manufacturers associations. We have a very good partnership with the Burundi Association of Manufacturers, AIB, who are part of the partners in organizing this conference. So we do partner with government, stakeholders, both public and non-government related agencies, just to ensure that we are able to advance a conducive environment for the manufacturing sector. Going to the next slide. Basically, within our broader mission is to promote global competitiveness and sustainable local manufacturing and exports. And to the next slide, going to the specific value chains that we are looking at, and trying somehow to converge with the agriculture sector that we've been discussing along today. We've categorized our current members into 14 different sectors. This is as per the UNIDO classification. Under these 14 different sectors, we've categorized them into 54 subsectors. So under the larger food and beverage sector and the agriculture and food fresh produce sector, we do have much of the operations that we've been discussing within the panels today and the discussions, but also we'd love to single out that most of the economic activities in Africa are agro-based. If you're looking at the leather and footwear, you'll find that most of the inputs are from the agriculture sector. The same with the chemical and allied, you'll find that most of the companies that are engaged in the chemical and allied sector, they are producing products that are ultimately used in either agro-processing or directly within the agriculture sector. Looking at the next slide on our current strategic pillars. So Kenya Association of Manufacturers develops 3-year plans, which are the strategic pillars towards ensuring that we are able to grow the manufacturing sector in Kenya, and also ensure that our brothers and sisters also within the region are also able to collaborate with us through that journey. So currently, within our current strategy, we are working on 4 broad pillars. The first one is global competitiveness. How do we ensure that a Kenyan manufacturer, a manufacturer operating within the EAC is able to compete with a fellow manufacturer across the world? In the previous 2 panels, I think we've heard about quality, we've heard about the dire need to ensure that we have competitiveness of our local farms. And this pillar looks at how do we drive these. Key to this pillar is skills development within the manufacturing sector. I'll talk about it later on. Other components include the cost of manufacturing, energy, utilities, and related inputs for the manufacturing sector, and also a conducive tax environment to sustain local manufacturing. Just the previous slide. Looking at the second pillar, it's on export-led growth. We do acknowledge that within our small economies, like for instance, when you're looking at the Kenyan economy, which has about 60 million people, we can't be able to optimize on the installed capacities and gain the economies of scale. That's the context of regional integration, the context of continental integration under the ACFTA to ensure that we are able to take advantage of the bigger numbers that come up with the export-led growth. We do have the SME development as another core pillar, which ensures that we are able to incubate and mentor the small enterprises towards being bigger enterprises. So under these, we do have one of the flagship programs that we've been running for the last 10 years is the SME Hub, which looks at developing specific segments and programs that support SMEs to be able to scale up. Also, we do have inclusivity-related programs such as the Women in Manufacturing program that ensures that we are able to mainstream gender and inclusivity in the manufacturing sector. Then lastly, Agriculture for Industry, which is basically a program that tries to bridge in between the big agro sector that we do have within Kenya and within the broader Africa, and also the industrialization bit of it. When you're looking at the productivity of the African, the general African population, and maybe leapfrogging on the discussions that had been done earlier on, we can acknowledge that one of the major challenges that Africans face is that we are exporting raw materials and basic commodities, but really able to get and derive maximum value from it. One of the interesting points that came in the past panel discussion. And it was as a relation to a question which has been raised by one of the youth, was on the intermittent supply of raw materials. And technically what you find within the African context is that farmers get into it maybe just as a hobby sometimes, and they are not really guaranteed of the ultimate price points. So agriculture for industry is coming to bridge in that relationship between the farmers, the agriculture community, and the industry community to create that symbiotic relationship so that businesses and farmers get into agriculture as a business. They are assured of a guaranteed return. They are assured of some level of security in whichever operations that they are linking up to. Going to the next slide, which I won't delve much because this has been discussed a lot during the day. But looking at the lower two segments on the key investments that we need to do for this large population that we have within Africa. So it said that one of the biggest resources that we have within the African continent is that we have the labor, which the rest of the world doesn't have. By 2050, it is expected that Africa will have the world's labor capital. So meaning that everybody across the world will be looking at Africa to go and supply human capacity to their industries. And this is a potential mine that Africa needs to derive much from. Key of the major investments that we need to do as Africans is invest in education. The discussions that you're talking today about skills development, capacity development, to ensure that we do have a competent workforce that is able to drive the economy, health, ensuring that we do have a healthy population. We've had a lot of sensitization of nutrition as a rider also to food security, ensuring that we do have a healthy population that is able to provide maximum benefit over a longer period of time. How do we extend the productive life of a typical African worker? Then inclusivity, this is where we have gender mainstreaming. We need to ensure that as we go to these global contest, our team is 100% effective. Whenever maybe I'm looking at inclusivity, I always look at a football match where half of the team is not supporting to the end goal of the match. So ideally, when you look at the workforce as a team, which is 50% men, 50% women, sometimes the ratios go to 48-52, but it's relatively moderate. How do we ensure that half of the team is able to perform inclusively within this economic strive that we have? So substantial economic involvement of women is quite important. Then lastly, digital innovations. And by doing all this, we'll be able to ensure that we create an optimized framework that enables us to combine these factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So Africa currently is dubbed to be the continent that has about 65% of the remaining arable land within the world. And when we are looking at what such a potential presents, it's not just to feed Africa, but to feed the world at large. It's also quite unfortunate that Africa, still with this land, is importing over $100 billion worth of food and related products because we are unable to produce it locally. Linking these with the current scenarios in the next slide, the average employment within EAC and broader within the African continent, the lower bar represents the employment levels in the agriculture sector. And since 1990 to 2019, we can acknowledge that the rate has been quite significant, accounting to about 70% of the total employment numbers within the African continent. Looking at the green segment, we see the manufacturing sector, which has been expanding, but not at the desired levels if we compare ourselves to what the rest of the world is doing. Looking at that orange, after the blue, the orange, I hope I'm getting the colors right, I'm a man. Looking at the orange, we see in what we have in trade in services, hospitality and related sectors. And this is where most of our most of our people are getting into, because technically it's easier to get into services, but also key to note that services is largely also driven by the core economic sectors within the economy, which is, for this instance, manufacturing and agriculture, and also by inference, mining in some of the countries. So basically, this gives us an indication on where our youth, where our people are working in. And if we are to enhance the productivity of the African continent, these are the sectors that we should start investing in, and slowly growing from an agriculture-based economy to a high-tech economy driven by manufacturing and services sector. And one sure way of doing this is by value adding whatever we are producing within the agriculture sector. Looking at the relative productivity within the sectors, in the next slide, we can see that unfortunately, having over 60% of our people engaged in agriculture, about another 10% involved in personal services. So these are services that happen at subsistence levels. We find that about 65–70% of our people are still operating below the average productivity levels within the African continent. So in as much as 65% of our people are engaged economically, we are not getting the optimized output from this human capital. And how do we get this optimized human capital from that? And basically, it's ensuring that the output per worker across most of these sectors is quite enhanced. Going to the next slide, and talking about the labor productivity, which has been talked about largely today. Entities and organizations that are involved in manufacturing value add. These are some of the issues that we grapple with on a day-to-day basis. When you're looking at labor productivity, which is the total output over the total labor input, and looking at the levels that you're able to get from the African continent, the East African continent, as opposed to the world, we can acknowledge that this is one area that we need to improve on. Currently, there's that global shift of investment. So investments are flowing from China, they are coming to the Asian tigers. We see them going to India, to Vietnam, Bangladesh, and the rest. And by inference, we also see those also come into Africa. But how do we ensure that as they come to Africa, they are able to be more productive? Because in as much as, for instance, you look at countries such as in Europe and US, where the cost of labor is slightly higher, they're still able to get more per output from our worker. And combining the task completion speed, the output quality, and also the simultaneous improvement in issues such as skills development, ICT capital, supply chain optimization, to ensure that our raw materials are always supporting and supplying to the industry, and there's also the capital investments. Earlier on, we had that there's an abundance of capital, but not bankable projects. So maybe going to what, and sharing maybe a small experience of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers before I close on the next slide. We do have what we call the Manufacturing Academy. We've been partnering also these for quite some time with the Association of Burundi Association of Manufacturers, and trying to see how we could share the best experiences from these. And the Manufacturing Academy was established in 2013, and it offers demand-driven training programs to develop workforce related standards and benchmarks across the world. So within it, we have various partnerships across the world, in Europe, in Asia, in China, in the US. And also right here in Africa, just to ensure that you're able to bring on the best practices around the world into the manufacturing sector within the Kenyan context. And the basic objective is to increase productivity and global competitiveness. As a result of this, we are able to address various technical related gaps, technical skills related gaps within our manufacturing sector, and also generate some form of revenue for the association. Then also, we are also involved in in shaping policy within the larger labor-related issues. So the question which has also been lingering maybe across the sessions today, as I go to the last slide, has been how to start. The key thing is always to assess the industry gaps, know what the industry needs, what needs to be capacity build around, then generate a pool of experts, both locally within Burundi, within your individual countries, and also within the continent. Then get into strategic partnerships with like-minded organizations. The conference today is all about partnerships and generating the much required strategic partnerships to drive growth. Then also make use of retired experts. So these, from our manufacturing experience, we've seen that these retired experts are a key source of skills over years that could readily be used for training and capacity building. Then lastly, initiate peer-to-peer learning. So companies learn better, not from instructors, but from other companies and getting best practices from them. And the expected dividends from these includes the enhanced productivity, the revenue growth, employment creation, and job satisfaction, and also fulfillment for the employees themselves. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. I hope I've been able to keep in within time. Yeah, thank you.
Je vous prie d'applaudir vraiment cette présentation très enrichissante. C'est vraiment une expérience qui nous fait entrer dans le vif du sujet. Et pour aller directement au but, d'abord, merci, monsieur le présentateur, pour votre vraiment PowerPoint qui est très riche et éclairante. Merci beaucoup. Il faut qu'on vous applaudisse encore. Je voudrais alors inviter ici devant les panélistes qui vont nous éclairer sur certaines questions pour finalement comprendre l'utilité de l'académie industrielle et comment conduire cette académie dans les différents domaines d'investissement. À tout honneur, à tout seigneur, tout honneur, bien sûr, nous sommes au Burundi. Nous avons été accueillis par l'Association des industriels du Burundi en partenariat avec différents intervenants. Donc, Monsieur le Président de l'Association des industriels du Burundi, je vous invite de nous joindre ici au panel et on vous accompagne avec des applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Deuxièmement, nous allons suivre en ligne les réponses fournies par le professeur Tassiem Macharabu, qui est d'East African Science and Technology Commission. Troisièmement, j'invite professeur Yves Ndaikunda, qui est enseignant-chercheur, directeur général du Centre de recherche et de développement de carrière RECADEC au Canada. Bienvenue, monsieur le professeur Yves, et qu'on vous applaudisse. Et merci d'être venu pour nous enrichir, pour nous partager votre expérience. J'inviterai également professeur Mélance, directeur d'INC, East African Nutritional Sciences Institute. C'est vraiment du cas concret qui nous sera présenté pour orienter justement la mise en place et l'exploitation de l'académie industrielle. Bienvenue, monsieur le professeur Mélance. Et j'inviterai également monsieur Jean-Claude Nsabimana de la BAD, qui est spécialiste en développement des ressources humaines. Vous avez entendu à travers la présentation, applaudissez s'il vous plaît, monsieur Jean-Claude. À travers la présentation précédente, il a parlé du développement des ressources humaines. L'Académie industrielle sans ressources humaines et compétentes ne veut rien dire. C'est pourquoi nous avons un panel ici pluridisciplinaire. Et enfin, j'inviterai monsieur Tadé, directeur du réseau des incubateurs du Burundi, président et représentant légal. Monsieur Tadé, s'il vous plaît, veuillez vous joindre à nous parce que c'est à travers votre intervention que nous allons avoir des actions concrètes en tant que représentants des incubateurs, les actions réellement à mener avec et au travers l'Académie des industriels. Pour revenir au sujet qui nous occupe, c'est l'Académie de l'industrie pour la création de richesses en Afrique. Chers jeunes, écoutez attentivement les mots-clés: créer la richesse en Afrique, créer la richesse. Il faut qu'on soit développé. J'utilise le mot « il faut » parce que c'est un besoin. Par ailleurs, Son Excellence, le président de la République du Burundi, il a annoncé que au Burundi, il faut que la bouche ait à manger et que la poche soit garnie d'argent. Et c'est vraiment une très bonne ambition. Et nous sommes ici pour soutenir ce thème, pour développer justement l'Afrique à travers son agenda 2063. La précédente présentation était centrée, vient d'être conclue sur ces points. Évaluer les lacunes du secteur industriel. Constituer un vivier d'experts et de centres de formation. Nouer des partenariats stratégiques pour avoir de meilleures pratiques sur lesquelles nous appuyer pour développer l'industrie. Proposer des tarifs compétitifs. Il faut qu'on soit compétitif sur des produits de consommation, des produits finis, et pas toujours exporter la matière première. Mobiliser des experts qui sont à retraite. Bien sûr, les experts à retraite, ils ont de l'expérience, ils ont la matière. Mettre en place des initiatives d'échange entre pairs. Et enfin, donner de la place aux femmes, bien sûr, parce que c'est la population, c'est la majorité de la population. Alors, grâce à cette présentation, chers panélistes et chers participants, je vous invite à voyager ensemble pour répondre à ces questions. Premièrement, je me dirige vers Monsieur le Président de l'Association des industriels du Burundi. Monsieur le Président, bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Ravi d'être ici devant vous pour nous éclairer sur cette question. Alors, tout en gardant l'œil à la présentation, comment une académie de l'industrie peut-elle devenir un catalyseur de transformation économique et de création de richesses inclusives pour l'Afrique en son 21e siècle?
Merci beaucoup, modérateur. Une académie de l'industrie peut devenir un véritable catalyseur de transformation économique et de création de richesses inclusives en Afrique si jamais elle dépense le rôle traditionnel d'un centre de formation. Et cela, on dépasse le rôle académicien comme on l'entend traditionnellement pour devenir un écosystème d'innovation, d'entrepreneuriat et d'industrialisation. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire par là? Cette académie, si elle revient principalement à former des compétences adaptées à l'industrie moderne, c'est-à-dire quoi? C'est-à-dire développer des programmes bien adaptés à l'industrie, propres à l'industrie, des programmes bien spécifiques que l'industrie burundaise a besoin, que l'industrie africaine a besoin. Dans ce cas, elle peut répondre à ce besoin fondamental. Il faut former des techniciens, ingénieurs, managers qui sont capables d'intégrer l'industrie. On parle actuellement de l'autonomisation, de robotique, l'intelligence artificielle, vous avez vu là-bas. Comment ça crée beaucoup d'emplois. On a assisté à des présentations pareilles. Transformer les ressources locales en produits à forte valeur ajoutée. Il faut transformer les produits locaux. On n'a pas besoin d'aller importer. Par exemple, on importe beaucoup alors que nous en avons ici. Pourquoi? Il faut, avec cette académie, que nous soyons à mesure de donner la valeur ajoutée à la matière locale que nous avons ici. Si on utilise la matière locale que nous avons ici, on n'a pas à faire beaucoup de coûts logistiques, payer les transports chers, créer cet emploi. Il faut encourager, il faut alors réduire les exportations des produits bruts et favoriser, promouvoir les produits locaux ou semi-finis. L'Afrique, le marché africain en soi, l'empereur du marché africain, si on s'approprie, est se limiter au marché africain régional. Si vous voyez combien, d'abord, on exporte les matières premières à l'état brut, alors que nous sommes à mesure de transformer. Donc, avec cette académie, je suis convaincu, parce que nous ne sommes pas vraiment éduqués de cette manière. Nous sommes éduqués avec, heureusement que nous sommes avec le professeur ici présent, la plupart de l'éducation burundaise, de l'éducation africaine, on cherche le diplôme. On ne cherche pas vraiment à être formé, à avoir un bagage qui nous permet de faire cette industrie proprement dite. Ce qu'on peut, c'est normal qu'on importe les machines, les équipements, parce que les matières premières, on en a. Alors, avec cette académie, c'est créer un pont entre recherche et innovation. Les universités au Burundi, actuellement. À l'époque, les laboratoires étaient bien équipés. Les relais des universités, laissez-moi vous rappeler que le Burundi était le pays le plus industrialisé de la sous-région ces dernières années. Pourquoi? On formait réellement. Et on avait l'engouement. Maintenant, on étudie que pour avoir des diplômes. Oui, on a des diplômes, on a vraiment des diplômes, mais cette formation académique, cette formation axée sur l'industrie, cette pratique, je dirais qu'il faut toujours renforcer. Il faut stimuler l'entrepreneuriat industriel, la formation de ces jeunes, ces femmes, faciliter cet accès au financement. On n'a pas même l'éducation pour... nous ne sommes pas éduqués pour cette industrie. Qui dit industrie, ce n'est pas quelque chose de domaine ou après domaine. Quelque chose de durabilité, long terme. Donc, avec cette académie, on peut arriver à changer beaucoup de choses. Donc, en devenant un centre de formation, d'innovation, de production, de recherche et d'accompagnement des entreprises, cette académie contribuerait à faire passer l'Afrique d'une économie fondée sur l'exportation de matières premières à une économie fondée sur la connaissance, la transformation locale, la création de valeur. Et cette évolution-là qui permettrait une croissance durable, une réduction de la pauvreté et ainsi une prospérité plus largement partagée à l'échelle du continent. Excusez, avec l'industrie, je dirais beaucoup, mais je suis convaincu que tout développement est basé sur l'industrie. Aucun pays ne peut se développer sans qu'il soit axé, prendre l'industrie comme priorité des priorités. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Vous venez d'apporter vraiment de riches orientations, qu'on vous applaudisse encore une fois. Franchement, vous venez de tracer de bonnes orientations, c'est-à-dire d'abord l'académie, que ça doit être un pont entre la recherche et l'innovation. Et vous venez de souligner que l'industrie, ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est statique, c'est dynamique à travers plusieurs choses. Pour aller dans le même ordre d'idée, je vais m'adresser à M. Yves. Professeur Yves, nous venons d'entendre que la recherche doit sous-tendre l'académie industrielle. Alors, en tant que chercheur, quels seraient les métiers ou domaines de l'industrie du futur, justement pour créer de la valeur, pour créer de l'emploi? Quels seraient les métiers qu'on peut dire du futur? Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour l'opportunité de contribuer à cette question qui est très pertinente, mais dont mon collègue a déjà exploré. Notre centre de recherche s'appelle Research and Career Development Center, qui est basé au Canada, mais qui travaille pour l'Afrique de l'Est. Je dirais que j'adhère complètement avec ce que mon collègue vient de dire, parce que nous croyons fermement que tant qu'il n'y a pas une formation fondée sur les données probantes, il y aura toujours une inadéquation formation-emploi. Et malheureusement, ça affecte et l'employabilité et l'industrie. Aujourd'hui, nous, au niveau de ce centre de recherche, nous partons d'un constat qui est, je dirais, amer, parce que, comme il vient de le dire, on a beaucoup de diplômés, malheureusement avec beaucoup de chômeurs, et de manière paradoxale, il y a l'industrie qui se plaint qu'il n'a pas de personnes qualifiées. Alors, la question est de savoir comment est-ce qu'on peut réduire ce gap pour que justement les métiers d'aujourd'hui et de demain soient les métiers qui répondent aux besoins de l'industrie. Et nous, on passe par 3 pistes qui pourraient aider à juguler ce problème. Nous faisons tout ce qui est promotion de la collaboration entre le Nord et le Sud, spécialement le Canada avec le Burundi, ainsi que d'autres pays de la région est-africaine, parce que nous sommes partis d'un constat que actuellement le formateur doit être constamment formé pour que justement il ait de quoi partager avec les jeunes. Mais en aval, on travaille également avec la valorisation du capital humain par les jeunes. Nous avons lancé, par exemple, dans cette idée, au mois de mars, ici à Bujumbura, un projet qu'on a appelé Académie des champions de l'espoir. C'est un projet régional ici au Burundi, la RDC, le Rwanda, pour justement encadrer, renforcer les capacités des jeunes qui ont terminé l'université, qui veulent créer de l'emploi. Actuellement, on a presque 31 jeunes qui sont dans divers domaines, y compris l'agribusiness. Et la manière dont on procède, qui correspond à notre 3e axe de collaboration, c'est la mobilisation des experts de la diaspora africaine. C'est vrai que des fois, en Afrique, on dit qu'il n'y a pas assez de ressources. Mais ce qu'on oublie, c'est que, heureusement d'ailleurs, l'Union africaine, avec la BAD, ils ont considéré que la diaspora africaine constitue la septième région d'Afrique. Et je dirais que le temps est tellement opportun parce que la diaspora africaine commence de plus en plus à s'intéresser à ce qui se fait en Afrique. Donc, parlant des métiers d'avenir, je dirais que tous les métiers sont nécessaires parce qu'ils sont complémentaires. On aura toujours besoin, même à l'industrie, il y aura toujours des métiers complémentaires. Mais nous, on part du concept qu'il y a des compétences essentielles actuellement, quel que soit le type d'industrie, et plus spécialement l'agriculture. Il faut que la technologie, spécialement l'intelligence artificielle et la robotique, fassent partie des solutions. C'est pour cela que, par exemple, avec nos jeunes de l'académie, on a beaucoup de thématiques sur lesquelles ils font des formations, y compris l'innovation et la technologie. Parce que nous voulons que nos jeunes soient à même de comprendre le langage du monde, afin que demain, après-demain, ils soient des industriels, mais également appuyer l'industrie qui existe. La deuxième compétence pour que tous les métiers aient de la valeur, c'est la langue. Actuellement, le bilinguisme. On dit que la langue est une compétence industrielle parce que toutes les transactions qui se font, les partenariats, j'ai entendu ici, le nettoyage qui se fait, ça doit se faire au travers de la langue. C'est pour cela que, par exemple, au niveau de notre projet de l'Académie des champions de l'espoir, non seulement on a trouvé des experts universitaires de la diaspora africaine qui forment nos jeunes ici dans la région des Grands Lacs, mais également on leur donne actuellement des formations à langue, ce qu'on a appelé l'anglais technique, pour qu'ils puissent vraiment être à mesure. J'ai entendu les collègues du Kenya, les collègues de la RDC, comme ça, s'ils vont dans les régions africaines, ils ne soient pas effrayés par la langue ou bien bloqués par la langue, parce que les barrières linguistiques peuvent constituer également un atout. Donc, tous les métiers sont toujours nécessaires, mais comme il a dit aussi, la troisième composante, c'est la revue des curricula pour que nos curricula soient adaptés aux besoins du marché. C'est pour cela que, par exemple, actuellement, au niveau de notre centre de recherche, on a eu un partenariat avec deux organisations canadiennes qui sont en train de former quelques de nos enseignants sur tout ce qui est IA en éducation, mais également la pédagogie numérique. Parce que l'enseignant, il est au cœur du changement, même de la transformation industrielle dont on parle. C'est pour cela que nous pensons de manière tripartite. L'éducation, l'innovation technologique, mais également la diaspora africaine. Donc, si je devais donner un exemple, si on parle de l'agritech, on aura toujours des agronomes. Mais faut-il encore que ces agronomes soient outillés de compétences numériques qui leur permettent de valoriser ce qu'ils font? Actuellement, beaucoup d'universités ont des facultés de statistique. Le data management, c'est devenu un métier extrêmement important dans le monde parce que le monde ne veut plus tâtonner, il veut se baser sur les données. Mais actuellement, on ne peut plus traiter les données avec Excel. Il faut intégrer l'IA, il faut intégrer la robotique. C'est pour cela que nos jeunes, par exemple, lorsqu'ils font leurs travaux, on leur donne beaucoup de formations actuellement en lien avec l'IA et la technologie. D'ailleurs, je me réjouis de dire que il y a quelques semaines au Salon de l'Emploi, quelques de nos jeunes ont reçu des prix justement parce qu'ils ont pu démontrer qu'ils peuvent fabriquer des robots qui sont nécessaires à l'agriculture. Enfin, je dirais que du point de vue des métiers d'avenir, on ne pourrait pas y penser en solo, mais penser beaucoup plus quels sont les facteurs dont on pourrait enclencher pour que l'éducation soit vraiment l'allié du développement et de la transformation industrielle. Bref, la technologie, la maîtrise de la langue, l'adéquation formation-emploi, mais également les moments de dialogue comme ceci, où il y a les industriels, les académiciens, mais également les décideurs politiques, pouvoir être ensemble pour que, enfin, notre éducation soit et reste une éducation de qualité fondée sur la technologie, actuellement plus spécialement l'IA et la robotique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le professeur Yves, qu'on vous applaudisse aussi, parce que la science est aussi un des piliers du développement. C'est ce que venait de dire le précédent aussi panéliste. et on vient d'avoir plus d'orientation sur les aspects pratiques en termes de recherche et d'innovation. Je vais aller directement vers le directeur d'EANSI, professeur Mélance. C'est vraiment un cas concret aussi. Vous êtes dans le domaine de la transformation, nutrition, c'est un cas qui nous occupe. Il y a même des questions ce matin qui ont été posées en rapport avec la valorisation agricole, la sécurité alimentaire. Pourriez-vous, monsieur le professeur, nous éclairer sur comment l'Académie industrielle peut contribuer à la réalisation, comment l'Académie industrielle, donc nous dire une priorité selon vous, qui peut créer de la richesse dans l'industrie africaine dans les 10 prochaines années. Dans la précédente session, ils ont posé une stratégie. Et vous, je vous pose la question, selon vous, quelle est la priorité qui peut occuper l'Académie agricole industrielle en Afrique?
Merci donc pour la question. Je crois que je vais essayer de compléter ce que M. Juvenal a déjà dit. Il a beaucoup parlé donc des ressources locales. Pour moi, la priorité, c'est d'abord transformer, mais aussi valoriser durablement ces ressources locales. Mais tout ça, grâce à une industrialisation qui est fondée sur une production agricole suffisante, et tout ça l'accompagner avec le développement du capital humain, la recherche et l'innovation dans le but surtout donc de développer une santé et une nutrition. Donc pour moi, valoriser, transformer les ressources locales, ça va vraiment booster, ça va transformer notre continent dans une industrie. Parce que, vous savez, on ne peut pas se développer en produisant les ressources, les matières premières et en les vendant à l'extérieur. Vous savez, nous avons presque dans tous les pays du continent, on produit la matière première et on vend cette matière première sans la transformer. Or, quand on vend la matière première sans la transformer, ça n'a pas une valeur ajoutée, mais la transformation de ces matières premières ici, ça va d'abord leur donner de la valeur ajoutée, ça va créer de l'emploi, ça va aussi donc augmenter, que ce soit la valeur nutritive, mais aussi que ce soit la qualité de ces produits. Mais tout ça, ça doit être accompagné par un développement du capital humain. Donc, on doit avoir donc, de la main-d'œuvre qualifiée, donc du personnel, donc des gens qui sont qualifiés pour aider nos industries à se développer. On doit aussi, si je peux dire, se lancer dans la recherche et l'innovation qui doit accompagner surtout donc, nos industries. Donc, on doit travailler ensemble avec les industriels. Les industriels doivent aussi appuyer les institutions de recherche ou bien même les institutions d'innovation pour quand même qu'on fait de la recherche, mais aussi qu'on fait des innovations à ce que nos industriels veulent. Donc, tout ça, ça va nous aider à développer vraiment notre continent. Si on s'attelle à ces produits locaux, si on met du temps à transformer nos produits locaux, ça va vraiment booster donc l'industrie de notre continent et ça va aider à transformer notre continent. Mais aussi, la transformation de ces produits locaux, ça va nous aider aussi à garantir une santé, mais aussi à nourrir notre population. Je dois vous dire que si on ne transforme pas nos produits locaux, on ne peut pas se développer parce qu'on va envoyer ailleurs notre matière première. Voilà un peu de moi ce que je peux dire.
Merci, professeur. Vous méritez aussi des applaudissements, bien sûr. Mesdames et messieurs, on est parti du dispositif et des mécanismes. Maintenant, je voudrais qu'on remonte vers le développement des compétences. Je demanderai à la cabine technique de nous balancer une présentation du professeur Tassien Macharabou, comment les jeunes, effectivement, peuvent être proches, comment les jeunes peuvent être proches de l'académie industrielle pour effectivement arriver à des réalisations concrètes très rapidement. Et après, pour arriver à monter des mécanismes d'une académie industrielle, nous allons bien sûr travailler sur les partenariats et nous allons y aller après la présentation. Merci. Cabine technique. Si ce n'est pas prêt, on saute. OK. On n'a pas d'autre temps, vous laissez, on saute. On saute, ce n'est pas prêt. Alors, très rapidement, Monsieur Jean-Claude. Monsieur Jean-Claude, vous êtes expert. Par ailleurs, vous avez l'expertise dans le développement des ressources humaines, le développement du capital humain. C'est très vaste comme thématique. Réellement, par rapport au partenariat à développer entre les gouvernements, le secteur privé et les institutions de formation, quels sont les rôles de chacune de ces parties prenantes pour justement avoir une académie industrielle opérationnelle? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole. Je voudrais vraiment, avant d'intervenir, féliciter l'AIB pour avoir porté ce thème central et aussi remercier notre ami en présence du Kenya pour la bonne illustration de l'importance du développement de l'académie industrielle qui aiderait à combler les gaps qui existent entre les besoins des industries, de nos industries, et ce que le marché, ce que l'offre de formation donne. Vraiment pour les remercier pour avoir porté, ce qui justifie encore une fois le lien entre le sommet des incubateurs et le salon de l'emploi, le salon industriel. Ce qui justifie encore que les deux sont liés. Merci beaucoup. Pour arrêter tout droit au vif du sujet, je vais commencer par une anecdote. Qui peut me dire ici, qui a entendu que M. Dangote, l'homme le plus riche du continent, a failli être lynché, a failli être tué parce qu'il a mené des Indiens dans ses industries. Il a mené des Indiens venir travailler dans ces usines de raffinerie, etc. Pourquoi? Qui peut me dire ça? Il y a des Nigériens ici. Ça, c'est une triste réalité qui est là. Ce qui justifie encore une fois l'importance du thème que nous sommes en train de discuter. Ça, c'est number one. Number two, quand on regarde l'hémorragie que subissent au continent, on voit les jeunes, les enseignants, etc., courir, traverser l'Atlantique, aller mourir là-bas, la Méditerranée, d'autres aller à Dubaï, mourir là-bas, dans des conditions difficiles. Pourquoi ça? Ce sont les deux illustrations que je vais d'abord mettre en évidence et justifier l'intérêt de ce thème pour aider à comprendre. Ça, c'est au niveau du paysage. Bon, rapidement, il est très important, d'abord, de comprendre les gaps. Parce que le problème que nous avons dans nos États, il faut, quand on regarde la présentation, on a besoin de bien comprendre les compétences que les industries ont besoin aujourd'hui, demain et après-demain. Sans ce qu'on appelle les gaps sectorial skills analysis orientés vers l'industrie, il est difficile. C'est pourquoi les gouvernements, en partenariat avec les PTF que nous sommes, en partenariat avec le secteur privé, notamment les industriels, secteur par secteur, doivent, et les instituts de formation, doivent travailler ensemble pour produire ce qu'on appelle les stratégies sectorielles de gap de compétences orientées vers l'industrie. C'est le point de départ. C'est le point de départ. Une fois qu'on a ça, qu'on a cet outil, le reste, ce sera du feeling, les instituts de formation vont faire le travail, ils vont dire, on nous a demandé de produire telle compétence, on se met ensemble avec l'industriel, on développe le programme adapté et pratique, pas théorique comme on fait maintenant, hein? Pas enseigner, non, c'est pas ça. Voilà. C'est de ce point qu'on est. On a déjà une étape. Nous sommes en train de collaborer avec l'ILO, qu'on appelle International Labour Organization, qui est l'agence des Nations Unies spécialisée pour ces questions, pour aider nos États, pour produire au moins une étude de base sur les gaps de compétences sectorielles je pense qu'on a pris cet secteur comme ça. Hein. On a une base, au moins au Burundi, sur laquelle on va construire. Mais je vous assure, avec ça, on doit bien faire son travail. Et quand vous regardez même la vision de l'émergence, l'étude sur les gaps des compétences sectorielles et les projections des besoins, elle est là. C'est l'activité phare pour délivrer sur l'émergence. Il est difficile d'aller à l'émergence si on n'a pas les jeunes, les hommes, les femmes qui ont les connaissances que nos industries ont besoin. C'est impossible. Ça, c'est le premier point de départ. Deuxième point, ça, c'est le des gouvernements. C'est pas une responsabilité du gouvernement uniquement. J'ai dit toutes les structures que vous avez mentionnées sont responsables collectivement pour avoir l'outil de base qui nous aide maintenant à aller arrimer. Voilà, c'est number one. Bon, maintenant, au secteur privé, regardez bien. Moi, je ne suis pas aussi vieux que vous le voyez, même si j'ai des cheveux blancs. Moi, quand j'étais jeune, je voyais beaucoup d'instituts de formation qui étaient là, qui étaient bâtis sur le modèle public. C'était un modèle public. Je connais les écoles de couture de chez moi, maintenant ils ont disparu, je connais d'autres, ils ont disparu. Pourquoi? C'était des modèles de formation purement publics. Vous savez, les instituts de formation technique, le plus dur, c'est l'équipement. Hein? C'est l'équipement. Comme c'était des modèles publics, c'était difficile d'entretenir ces modèles. D'où le secteur privé, pour bien aider, doit entrer en collaboration avec les instituts de formation pour montrer ce que les méthodes d'approche qu'on appelle les PPPs, pour former effectivement les compétences exprimées par le secteur T. La présentation qui a eu tout à l'heure là sur UNIDO. UNIDO porte cette initiative de les industries orientées vers les compétences. Il y a tout un modèle. Par exemple, le Braroudi peut se mettre ensemble avec une institution de formation X. Il dit, moi j'ai besoin de terre. Est-ce qu'on peut les former ensemble, concrètement? Les autres industries que je connais très bien, qui sont un peu structurées, qui ont des gaps de compétences, doivent sortir, échanger, aider le gouvernement pour former effectivement ces compétences dont ils ont besoin que le système éducatif lui-même ne peut pas produire. Ça peut être un autre point très important. On doit délivrer les choses différemment. L'État ne peut pas tout faire. L'État a beaucoup de choses à faire. Maintenant, comme nous sommes des compétences des industries, le secteur privé aussi doit aller et monter ses approches PPP. On a un très bon exemple porté par le gouvernement du Burundi et que nous avons l'honneur de soutenir, le centre de Russie qui nous fait, nous tous, l'honneur. Il est bâti sur l'approche école-entreprise. Les jeunes apprennent, ils produisent, etc. C'est un très bon modèle. Number two, les instituts de formation doivent aussi faire les choses différemment. L'approche classique académique, je viens, je m'assois toute la journée, je passe là-bas, il est en train de chercher un diplôme, il ne peut plus marcher dans son modèle. On doit s'adapter. Les méthodes APC nécessitent qu'on doit bien s'organiser, faire des apprentissages d'entreprise, alternance, etc. Il vient, il prend un module qu'il veut, il retourne au travail, etc. Ils doivent aussi s'adapter. Ça, c'est number 2. Number 3. Quelquefois, quand on regarde les approches qu'on veut, quelquefois on ne les maîtrise pas. L'approche qui s'appelle APC, qui a été instaurée ici au Burundi, on ne la maîtrise pas. On ne la maîtrise pas. C'est l'approche qui est là. D'où les partenariats. Maintenant, nous avons amorcé ça. La référence là-bas, c'est au Canada sur comment on forme un vrai métier, un vrai technicien. C'est au Canada, c'est la référence. Nous avons commencé ça au centre de Russie sur les partenariats. Ça, c'est le point. Je vais rapidement, je vois que je commence à prendre beaucoup de temps. Maintenant, comment les partenaires peuvent travailler avec l'AIB qui porte ça pour maintenant rendre cette académie de compétences vivante. Voilà. Je vous invite, mes chers amis, monsieur le président de l'AIB, qui a porté l'initiative, à rejoindre l'étude que nous sommes en train de faire ensemble avec l'AILO pour bien refléter toutes les gaps de communautés sectorielles qui sont là. Une fois qu'on finit ce travail, maintenant on va aller arrimer ça, toutes ces formations. Moi, on aimerait voir la Russie comme un pôle continental. Parce que c'est une initiative qui a bénéficié de beaucoup d'investissements sur les équipements, sur tout ce qu'on peut imaginer. Russie peut jouer un véritable pôle pour former tout ce qu'on veut faire et au bout du compte, mettre en place des conseils sectoriels, des compétences, où le secteur privé qui porte ça se mettre ensemble avec les formations pour dire, voilà, on va le faire comme ça. C'est tout ça qui est prévu dans ce qu'on a prévu et on est content de contribuer pour le passeport des compétences continentales. C'est porté par le président de la BAT actuelle. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Jean-Claude, merci beaucoup. Avec la pédagogie convaincante, vraiment, on aurait raté grand-chose sans vous écouter. Franchement, il y a des têtes, hein? Il y a des têtes. Vous avez vraiment montré des choses concrètes qui nous orientent vers le développement de l'industrie dans notre cher continent. Monsieur Tadé, coordonnateur et représentant légal du réseau des incubateurs. Très précédemment, il y a un jeune qui a posé des questions en Kirundi. Certainement qui a été interpellé. Sa préoccupation va vers vous, les accompagnateurs des projets et des industries, des micro, petites et moyennes entreprises, parce que vous êtes ancrés dans l'accompagnement de préparation des plans d'affaires, coaching et accompagnement. Concrètement, sur base de ce que nous venons d'entendre à travers les présentes personnalités, je t'invite à synthétiser et à nous donner des orientations clés pour justement éclairer dans la définition des engagements afin d'émerger la prochaine génération de leaders en industrie. Prochain leader en industrie. Parce que, comme l'a dit Monsieur le Président de l'Association des industriels du Burundi, l'industrie est dynamique. Si je dis prochain leader, ça ne veut pas dire que les leaders actuels auront échoué. Non. Ça se transforme dans les nouvelles générations. Comment cette dynamique doit rester pérenne. Merci.
OK, très bien. Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je pense qu'à la fin, je dois paraphraser ou résumer tout le monde. Mais je vais, pour répondre, partir d'un constat simple que je peux partager avec vous, avec tout le monde d'ailleurs. En Afrique, nous avons aujourd'hui fabriqué des entrepreneurs. Ça, c'est clair, en tant qu'incubateur, il y a autant que nous avons fabriqué. Mais nous n'avons pas encore fabriqué des industriels. Ici, nous comprendrons que ce n'est pas le même métier, ce ne sont pas les mêmes exigences de gestion, ce n'est pas les mêmes horizons d'État et ce n'est pas le même capital. Cela veut dire qu'en tant qu'incubateur, nous devons absolument changer nos dispositifs d'accompagnement et de ne pas continuer à produire des petits boutiquiers là où on devrait produire des industriels. Donc, c'est la première chose, c'est la première interpellation en tant que structure d'accompagnement dans l'entrepreneuriat et l'industrialisation. La deuxième chose, c'est que l'entrepreneuriat et l'industrialisation, c'est un écosystème avec différentes parties prenantes. Alors, nous devons utiliser des modèles, des approches intégrées et nous fixer des objectifs et des résultats communs afin que nous puissions aller de l'avant. C'est une bataille de tout le monde. Nous devons tous batailler. Mais pour bien gagner, il faut que nous soyons ensemble. Il faut qu'on se concerte parce qu'un industriel a besoin d'un incubateur, vice-versa. Alors, à partir de ce constat, sans être franchement exhaustif, je propose quelques 5 actions à engager. Et ces actions qui sont centrées sur le développement des compétences, tout en sachant que les compétences, c'est le savoir-faire et le savoir-être. Sinon, si on ne prend pas ces 3 dimensions de compétences, même si on fait l'académie de quel modèle que ce soit, ça ne pourra pas marcher parce que c'est depuis longtemps qu'on forme. Mais nous avons toujours des gaps. La première action, c'est de changer le paradigme. Quand je parle de changer le paradigme, c'est de détecter tôt et rendre l'industrie désirable. Les meilleurs élèves que nous avons rêvent d'être fonctionnaires, banquiers, consultants et autres, mais il y en a très peu qui rêvent d'être des patrons d'usines. Alors, cela veut dire que nous devons faire une bataille culturelle assumée et concertée pour changer cette mentalité chez les jeunes. Parce que on devient ce qu'on a rêvé. Et ce qu'on a rêvé se conçoit, se prépare et ça se met en pratique. Il faudrait que les jeunes pensent franchement à devenir des grands messieurs et pas devenir des... Je ne sais pas, vous comprenez ce que je veux dire? Alors, il faut, première action, changer le paradigme, ramener les jeunes à penser grand. Deuxième action, je pense, pour les incubateurs et les centres de formation, il faut former dans l'usine et pas seulement sur l'usine. Cela veut dire quoi? Tout le temps, quand on participe, on parle de Kilkira, mais on ne comprend pas pourquoi ça ne change pas. Il faut faire des Kilkira adaptés, des modèles, des approches méthodologiques d'apprentissage beaucoup plus pratiques que théoriques. Troisième action, toujours adressée chez les incubateurs, le gouvernement, les partenaires de développement, c'est mettre à la disposition un plateau technique mutualisé. Et là, je félicite le centre de Russie parce qu'on est en train d'emboîter cela, mais ça serait mieux si on en multiplie beaucoup plus dans le pays. Parce qu'un jeune ne peut pas prouver la viabilité d'un procédé ou avoir un bon prototype et qu'il doit d'abord acheter la machine pour le faire. Alors, il nous faut dans chaque pays des ateliers partagés sous forme de Fab Labs et des unités pilotes d'agrotransformation, mais aussi des laboratoires de contrôle de qualité. Et cela aussi pourra aider les jeunes à émerger vers l'industrialisation. Parce que ça les permettra de transformer leurs idées en preuves industrielles, mais également les preuves industrielles, les transformer en projets bancables. Parce que la plupart des fois, on a l'idée, mais on n'arrive pas à avoir un prototype faute de moyens. Quatrième action, c'est beaucoup plus adressé aux investisseurs, les banques, le gouvernement, en aimant les partenaires financiers. Il faudra inventer le financement à la portée de la création de l'industrie. Nous vivons des exemples. Je ne vais pas mettre en cause ceux qui nous aident, mais des fois, on organise des cérémonies pour 50 000 $. Après le test ou bien le concours, pour donner aux jeunes 3 millions de frabous ou 10 millions de frabous. 3 millions, 10 millions de frabous, ça va l'amener où? Mieux vaut laisser cette histoire et au moins lui donner 100 millions. Et là, franchement, il faut qu'on y pense parce qu'on ne construit pas une industrie avec des microcrédits de 6 mois. Il faut du capital patient, les fonds d'amorçage industriel, les garanties partielles des portefeuilles, la zing d'équipement. Sinon, si nous voulons aller à l'industrialisation, il faut également que les finances changent parce qu'on ne peut pas construire une industrie à 2 millions, à 3 millions. Oui, c'est faisable, mais difficilement et très difficilement. Ici, j'ajouterai aussi aux industries qui ont beaucoup émergé avant les autres, de remorquer les jeunes. Vous avez par exemple une industrie de transformation, vous pouvez remorquer un jeune qui va vous fournir des matières premières et y investir. Et le jeune va gagner et vous aussi, vous avez gagné, monsieur. Vous allez gagner, je m'excuse. La deuxième chose, il faut que les grands magnats, les grands industriels pensent qu'il y a des idées émerger des jeunes, investir dans ces idées, dans ces projets. Comme ça pourra aussi aider les jeunes qui sont en train de se chercher. Parce que vous pouvez avoir de l'argent et votre argent a besoin d'être multiplié. Mais il y a un jeune qui a des idées. Voilà. Et cinquièmement, enfin, j'ai fait cette action au gouvernement, les raisons continentales d'incubateurs. C'est ouvrir le marché continental aux jeunes. On se pose la question, qu'est-ce que nous, par exemple, si je parle des Burundais, qu'est-ce qu'ils vont amener dans le ZLECAF? Donc, il faut faciliter les jeunes industriels, les jeunes incubateurs, à avoir l'accès au marché continental. Et cela veut dire quoi? Il faut les aider à remplir les conditions et les exigences des ZLECAF en termes de normes, en termes de certification et mise en relation organisée. Et là, je pense qu'en tant que réseau continental d'incubation, vous pouvez le faire mieux que quiconque. Voilà les 5, comme je l'ai dit, actions proposées, des actions franchement qu'il faut mettre en jeu, mais sans autant être exhaustif. En conclusion, en tant que président des incubateurs, permettez-moi de prendre un engagement au nom du réseau parce qu'à la fin, il faut que chacun prenne des engagements pour que demain, après une année, 2 ans, on se dise on est où? On a quitté où et on est où? Sinon, on ne peut pas dépenser autant d'argent dans cette salle et à la fin, sans évaluer l'issue des conclusions de cette rencontre, si je peux dire. Alors, nous, on s'engage en tant qu'incubateur à être prêt à créer des labels d'incubation industrielle. C'est-à-dire, nous allons changer de paradigme, nous allons changer notre manière de faire et éviter ces accompagnements généralisés, mais avoir un cahier de charges exigeant pour que nous amenons les jeunes à aller vers l'industrialisation que de créer des jeunes pauvres et endettés. Je m'excuse de dire comme ça. Voilà ce que je peux dire. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Je serai ingrat d'exprimer mes remerciements aux présents panélistes étant assis. C'est pourquoi je me lève en premier pour vous remercier sincèrement pour la maîtrise du sujet et pour les éclaircissements apportés. Applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Franchement, je ne sais pas si l'auguste assemblée ici aurait une ou deux questions. Une ou deux questions, s'il vous plaît. Sinon, vous voyez, au Burundi, on dit que l'eau qui a commencé à couler très tôt le matin, maintenant, elle se trouve à l'océan. Donc, je pense que même dans d'autres pays, il y a des proverbes allant dans ce sens. Je prends une intervention là-bas, deuxième intervention, les deux, ça suffit. Et consigne, vous prenez le micro, vous vous présentez nom et prénom et vous dites à qui vous adressez la question. Merci.
Oui, merci. Je suis l'abbé Apollinaire Bangaimbaga. Je suis le recteur de l'université de Ngozi. Ça ne sera pas une question. Juste, en tout cas, remercier le professeur Alex Ariho, que j'ai rencontré la dernière semaine à Nairobi et qui m'a invité à cette grande rencontre. Vraiment, merci, parce que ça valait la peine. Et avec les panélistes devant nous, je suis d'accord avec tout ce qu'ils ont dit, hein, pour créer justement les richesses. Je tiens de cette expression de l'économiste Adam Smith. Et tout simplement, peut-être pour aller encore profondément, parce que je suis tout à fait d'accord. L'Université de Ngozi est tout à fait d'accord avec tout ce que vous avez dit. Peut-être organiser une autre réunion pour approfondir davantage. Il a parlé de modèles publics. L'Université de Ngozi a 25 ans. Ce que nous avons fait, ça a été justement imiter l'univers public pour se sentir à la hauteur, parce qu'on vient de commencer. Mais nous sommes suffisamment maintenant adultes pour faire d'autres approches, notamment l'approche Russie. Je suis en contact avec, et vraiment, nous pensons créer un campus universitaire à Kayanza, et ça serait pour une formation professionnelle, au sens où vous avez indiqué. Merci.
J'invite les rapporteurs à noter avec attention cette observation du recteur de l'Université de Ngozi, que le sujet pour lui reste pendant, il reste sur sa soif, et je pense que c'est pour nous tous, qu'il y ait un autre moment pour entrer en profondeur. Et aussi, merci pour l'engagement, pour le futur, bien sûr. On est en train de parler le futur industriel. Merci pour votre contribution en tant qu'institution Université de Ngozi. Merci beaucoup. Deuxième intervention. Oui. Qu'on vous donne, oui.
My name is Ogwang Walter. I'm a TVET trainer and a civil engineer for at least 20 years. I'm from Uganda, Oyam district, from Jobeta Vocational Training Institute. I appreciate the presentation by the academia, and the second from my left and right is where my direction is. In academia, we have divisions, and we realize that many of our African countries have gone through a lot of turbulence. Like in Uganda, we have a session where there was LRA, and during that season, nobody went to school. And right now, they have grown up into adults. They need to earn a living. I appreciate AIN because they train us in BIM, and now we are supporting them in TVET. For me, I'm basically on other things that support agribusiness. For us, we are incubating those who are doing plumbing to support the irrigation and other utilities in agriculture, and building for the infrastructure and other activities. Now, my concern is this. This platform is the best platform that can engage with governments and private firms to get into TVET, because TVET is the driver of technology for everything to move, so that as they are trained, after the training, they are equipped with the tools so that they can earn a living. We have many hooligans on the streets. They have skills, they have no food to eat. And that's why they're on streets making a lot of noise. Nobody can be welding and live easy what he has made and run rioting somewhere so that somebody steals his thing. If everybody is equipped with what to do, then who is going to riot? Who's going to be on streets? So we are struggling in Uganda, the private firms, in incubating TVET trainees, because afterwards, they don't have what to use to do. The tailors will have no tailoring machine to sit and make a living with it. They'll have to roam around. So please, I request that something must be done in the TVET to be incorporated into this system so that we can move from those of non-formal to the formal up to the higher level with the skills and abilities to enterprise and grow their enterprises to another level. Thank you. God bless all of you.
Merci à vous aussi et que Dieu vous bénisse aussi. Pour ne pas vous prendre plus de temps, je voudrais d'abord saluer encore une fois les panélistes. Vous vous levez et je remets la parole à Madame Pamela pour procéder à la suite. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. J'aimerais peut-être demander une photo des panélistes avec Madame la ministre, si vous le permettez, et Professor Alex. And yes, you can join the photo. Please join.
Excuse me. Hey, Alex. Alex. Excuse me. It's okay.
As they are coming in, I have just quick announcement. Those who received invitation cards for the next session, there will be buses available to transport you. And for the delegates as well, residing in different hotels, there will be buses waiting for you. It's allowed to smile. C'est permis de sourire sur la photo. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Merci à nos chers panélistes et aux modérateurs. Amazi yazindutse ageze kure. Yarenze. Reka tugerageze duheze uyu munsi neza. On va essayer de clôturer en beauté. Et merci beaucoup pour votre patience. On vous promet que demain, ce sera mieux et on va gérer le temps convenablement. Merci pour votre patience ce soir avec nous. Je voudrais annoncer pour le mot de clôture, on va écouter Monsieur Epaphrodite Semyami, le coordinateur du PAPGF, pour nous donner un mot de clôture. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Madame Pamela. Je pense que ce n'est pas un mot de clôture, mais c'est juste le mot pour aujourd'hui, pour clôturer la journée d'aujourd'hui. Comme vous le savez, nous avons commencé par une prière. Avant qu'on ne procède encore une fois à clôturer notre journée par une prière, je voudrais vous demander vraiment d'applaudir pour notre Dieu Tout-Puissant qui nous a protégés toute la journée. C'est étrange pour moi à constater la tranquillité qui nous a caractérisés depuis le matin jusqu'à 19h moins 10 minutes. Ce n'est pas vraiment habituel. Cela mérite à vous demander d'applaudir au ministre de la Jeunesse. Vraiment. Ce n'est pas parce que c'est mon patron, mais c'est aussi étrange, une autorité à la tête du ministère, suivre toutes les présentations du matin à la nuit. Ce n'est pas aussi à la nuit. Vraiment, ça mérite des applaudissements. Je vais demander aussi d'applaudir professeur Alex Sariou. Lui aussi, en tant que patron EIL, il a suivi avec son staff avec attention particulière toute représentation, tous les échanges entre les panélistes et l'auguste assemblée. Et cela mérite vraiment des applaudissements. Je vais aussi demander à applaudir la jeunesse. C'est parce que si je vais demander à la jeunesse, la partie de derrière, les jeunes invités encadrés par Paye, je dois vous mettre debout. Mettez debout. Abantu mwaje muva muri payeje mwicare inyuma muhaguruke. Vraiment, j'ai essayé de suivre quand les têtes échangeaient sur les questions taboues ici devant, la jeunesse suivait attentivement là derrière. Et c'est pour eux que les gens sont en train de travailler jusqu'à cette heure. Vous pouvez vous mettre assis, s'il vous plaît. Vous avez vu comment ils ont essayé, ils ont posé des questions jusqu'à présent. Ils sont encore ici très tranquilles. Nous sommes habitués à une jeunesse qui demande où est-ce que je vais dormir, comment ça va se passer, mais aucune question jusqu'à présent. C'est vraiment pour moi un sentiment d'espoir sur même les étapes après cette conférence. Encore une fois, des applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Je vais demander les applaudissements pour les membres du comité. Comité national, comité EIN. Ils ont travaillé jusqu'à présent. Je n'ai pas encore aussi reçu des interrogations qui sont habituellement posées lors des conférences pareilles. Je ne peux pas me permettre de citer tout le monde. Je risque d'oublier un autre groupe, mais je vous demande d'applaudir tout le monde. Ceux qui sont déjà cités et ceux qui ne sont pas cités. Je pense que nous avons suivi toutes les présentations à partir des discours. Le constat est que tout était centré sur le contexte de l'écosystème entrepreneurial à travers l'incubation autour des jeunes et des femmes. Nous avons vu des chiffres qui parlent. Et après cela, il y a eu une situation qui retraçait les défis et les opportunités. Et enfin, il y avait des recommandations. Et toutes les recommandations convergent vers la place qu'il faut accorder à la jeunesse, surtout en matière de développement des compétences. Et à la première journée de cette conférence, à l'actif des résultats, s'inscrit déjà le MOU déjà signé. Ça mérite un applaudissement. Déjà, à la première journée, un MOU. Il y a le lancement du CEFORUS comme un centre d'incubation régional. Ça, c'est aussi un élément à l'actif de la première journée. Je vous demande d'applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Nous avons vu les engagements. Recteur de l'université d'Ongozi, les autres ont déjà manifesté leurs engagements. Il y a eu même une demande par rapport au renforcement, à l'approfondissement de cette question. Monsieur Jean-Claude, est-ce qu'on peut prendre l'engagement, s'il vous plaît? Voilà, je vous demande d'applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Le ministère de la Jeunesse et le projet PAPGF, nous prenons l'engagement pour vraiment, encore une fois, soutenir cette réunion d'approfondissement. Encore une fois, recalibrer les recommandations par rapport à cette thématique. Merci beaucoup. Je ne peux pas m'éterniser sur les remerciements. Il y a la journée de demain qui va, encore une fois, aborder la question d'une façon spécifique. Je vais clôturer par une annonce. Il y a des gens qui ont déjà reçu les cartes. Il y a un message qui leur est réservé et les bus les attendent là dehors. Voilà pour le lieu où, encore une fois, on va approfondir certaines questions. Il y a des questions qui restent en suspense, qu'on va continuer à approfondir pour que demain, on retourne avec vraiment quelques lueurs de réponses. Voilà, c'est sur cette annonce que je voudrais vous demander de nous mettre debout. Et encore une fois, je vais demander au secrétaire permanent de prier, prier pour tout ce qui s'est passé depuis le matin jusqu'à aujourd'hui et même la suite. Merci.
Our Father in the heaven, hallowed your name. Thank you for the whole day, for the meeting, for the discussion, and for the engagement that you have made. We present to you now for the day of tomorrow. Thank you for everything. Amen.
Ceux qui ont reçu des cartes, encore une fois, il y a un bus pour les exécutifs qui vous attend dehors. And for the guests who are lodged in different hotels, there is bus number 2 for those who are going to Kant Hotel, Mount Zion, City Hill, bus number 2. And for those going to Royal Palace, Pearl Hotel, Club du Lac, there is bus number 3. Those are for the guests, the delegates. There are buses taking you to the hotel. Bus 2, Kant Hotel, Mount Zion, City Hill. Bus 3 for Royal Palace, Pearl, and Club du Lac. Thank you. Tomorrow we are starting at 8:30. Demain on commence à 8h30. Murakoze, ejo tuzotangura kare, duheze kare. Thank you.